Hello, it's me. How you all doing? Hey Rupert, hey Cake here, hey Hazard. How are you guys today? I am okay-ish. Hey Sayori, how are you? Yeah, I don't know. I feel a bit off today, to be quite honest. But I want to play more Rogue Trader, which means streaming it. So I'm going to stream it, and we're all going to laugh and cry as I blow up spaceships. It's going to be good. Yeah. So I've got my drink. I've got myself. I'm here. We're going to have a good time. Refresh this so I know it's actually working. It is. Cool. Right. Let me start setting things up. But no, doing good. It's just one of those Monday feelings, I guess. Fire. There will be fire. I know you can get a flamethrower in this game, so that'll definitely be happening at some point, I'm sure. There we go. It's all set up. Is it all updated? Yes, it is. And yeah, just a quick update on the whole room renovation thing. It is happening. It's just really slow at the minute, so it's like it's dragging its feet, so it's not done yet. But it's getting there. It's getting there. Right, let's open Rogue Trader. And I'll pause the music, because as much as music is fine, we want glorious Warhammer 40,000 music. All the way from the grimdark future of the 41st millennium, even though it's the 42nd millennium technically speaking, but you know. It always has to be. 41st millennium. Yippee! I think that should have changed the category. Let me check. It did. Cool. I love having buttons that automate things. It's fantastic. Let's take the jacket off. Get the controller. Thank you for the head pats. For three-time head pats. And yeah, more Rogue Trader. I'm in a 40k mood because we've got this today. And then emotional damage. Yeah, this can be very emotionally damaging. We've got this today, and then tomorrow we have the update 7 for Space Marine 2. I'll be playing that as well, so that's going to be good. So I'm looking forward to that. We get a Imperial Fish Champion. We get the Space Wolves DLC. We get a new mission with a Trigon, which is going to be fun. What else? There's a bunch of other stuff, like the Inferno Pistol, things like that. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Should probably just actually click that. That would help, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Power Sword for Assault. That's going to be interesting. I would love to see if they do any custom finisher animations for that. I'd like it, honestly. Because, I don't know, it'd be nice. Wish I could play that with everyone, but I work the times everyone is playing. I think probably the best time to actually just ask is... Oh no, my chair turned away from me. What am I doing? Wait, can I not? I want to stand on the... No, chair. Can't sit on the chair. My life is ruined. But no, you could always just ask if anyone's playing Hazard, and then if they are, we can play. Hey Veritai, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Let's do that. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear the distant shouts of approval. Hooray! I've been approved by my own crew. Fantastic. Yeah, how you doing? I know what your duties are. I don't need to be reminded. Anything interesting? That'll be all for now. End dialogue. Just got back from a walk. 3-day pause, and I'm not feeling it already. Oof. Yeah, when you do exercise and then you stop for whatever reason, you just kind of like, no thanks already. Master Helmsman. Let's see. You're voidborn, are you not? That I am. And yeah, we don't need to read all that. No, finish. Wait, no. Remind me who you are. You control the ship? I wish. For now. Me about Voidborn. What can you tell me about the officers? Good for nothing wasters. That's what they are. Okay then. Alright. First Officer Woodstein. Do you like anyone at all? Looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? I don't want to die just yet. Oh, that's good. I can see you're not the scary sort. Twitches and makes the grimace of his face even uglier. I've done something to displease you, Lord Captain. Did I mishear you, or are you giving the road trader cheek? Answer me, Voidrat. No. On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman's perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. It looks sinister rather than friendly. Yeah, well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. Wonders never cease. Points around the at the cables around itself. Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship, except the bloody cogs messed up the wires. Stimulus injectors and connectors, when they implanted them, they twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache, so you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Holy... He's not slept in 30 years! Holy crap. Well, that explains why he's not all smiles. Boat 3, new copy. Finish the cleaning and return to your docking station. Why did they send a boat into space? That's not very clever. He's a Giga Chad. He is a Giga Chad. And then there's you.
Rogue Trader.
That's me. I'm Rogue Trader. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Cool, what is it?
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
I mean, yeah, sure, we could. What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting with your rogue trader. I will address the orphans with speech. I will meet them. No formalities needed. These are children of the people who gave their lives for my dynasty. Delivered this order on my behalf. No. Why would I? No, we'll meet them. No formalities.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
You're welcome? Question mark. And I guess this is where Abelard is like, you should have done that. Abelard, the other Giga Chad. Yeah. Can I zoom right in? Oh, yeah. I can only go around me, but there's Abelard. Motley group of adolescents. Do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Late game Abelard. I am invincible. I mean, even early game Abelard, he's pretty fucking invincible. Let's not kid ourselves. Indefeatable. I don't know what that word says. Been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances to the children. Hardly a scholar of genuine here, but we have provided the orphans. We have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. But you've all bowed at me. He is. He's really good. He's good at tanking. He's good at running into the enemy, and he's good at hitting them with his stick. His metal-toothed stick that goes... Or whatever else you give him. I don't know what else you give him in the game, really. Standing side by side. Ravon, the master of the ship, has appeared before you. By the Emperor's grace, greet your Lord Captain. You notice Infernus Master Enric Monteg standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectively when you meet his gaze. Okay. You serve as a teacher in their spare time. Parents gave their lives. Smile at them. Address the chaperones. Give them treats. They're not fucking dogs. Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job after all, so we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many of the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Oh, that's cool. So that's a little extra bit that's never been there before. Processing tree. Teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches. And yeah, you say that, and then the sister will probably blow your head off. I'm gonna guess. Their compartment leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into worthy servants of Punish this troublemaker? Nah. Infernus Master, since you are so concerned about the orphans, they are henceforth your clan. If it falls to you to teach them the meaning of what their parents fought and died for. If you have things to say it, and say it without... Yeah. I would listen. It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop like our folks or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Parents died. It's not easy going through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger or disdain. The heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship. I was there. I took command. I fought. I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. No, I'm not addressing chaperones. Leave your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. That one. You heard the road trader. Words carried the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left the impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign. The servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with Von Valentius emblazoned on the wrappers. Oh, so we're literally giving them treats anyway. I like how they just do the whole throwing animation. If you say, here's candy, throws it at your face. My eye! Argentia's rubs her temple pensivelly. She smiles, offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves. It's like the 40k version of Willy Wonka. We just throw chocolates at young kids for some reason and say, yep, your parents died. Sorry to hear that. Here's some chocolate. Hope it doesn't kill you. That's what it feels like. But that's her personal request complete. Your parents died, so sorry. On the bright side, the assembly line has new openings for workers. Yeah, pretty much. That's the grimness of it. Here's chocolate. Get back in the mine. Exactly. Hey, Arcalade, how you doing, buddy? It's Monday.
Greetings.
Good, good. You end up on Theodora's ship.
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy.
Oh no, the
I was badly
archenemy.
wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
I mean, chaos is just that good, right? They're so good they can get anywhere in the galaxy. They just have to imagine it hard enough. I'm finding out that I make a terrible commissar, in that my occasional need to tweak things is something I feel bad to tell the artist. I mean, when it comes to commissions, I'll always hope that you get the initial sketch and you say, oh yeah, this is pretty good. And usually the artist, maybe on their own volition, will say, are you happy with me to continue? Is there any changes you'd like made? And like, that's then the opportunity to say, I would just like these couple of tweaks. Is that okay? ? And then it's up to them whether they say yes or no, basically. And I find that's generally fine. I am the commissar who goes, that's cool. So you're the, what's he called? Caiaphas Cain? You're the Caiaphas Cain commissar then, Rupert. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them? It's difficult Is it difficult for you to accept the mistake you made?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
No, commissioners and not commissar. Oh! I saw it's because I'm playing... Look, it's because I'm playing Warhammer, alright? I saw commissar and not commissioner. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's one of these days, isn't it? It is one of these days. Okay. Okay. It's commissioner, not commissar. I'm sure you'd make a fine commissar as well, but, you know, yeah. Yeah. It's just, I often get the need to tweak things days later many times. Like I'm sending DM to Sarah about my persona. I mean, some artists are fine with it, to be honest. My whips have spikes and neurotoxins. You sound like a Dark Eldar, Rooper, not a commissar. What happened to the people who wounded you?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Ooh. Where did it happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Cool. Well, we can go kill him.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Okay.
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me.
The Viserion?
He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about.
The Psycho.
There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I like there's actually voice lines now, if only to spare streamers the voice trouble. Yeah, I'm happy about that as well.
Sadly,
wait, no,
they
no,
did
no,
not.
No, wait.
Sadly, they did.
That one.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
I just don't know how much is voiced since I first tried playing this. But there's a lot more stuff that is voiced now, which I'm happy about. Pleased to meet you, Officer, with the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. Enjoy your company. I hope that you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your home. I mean, yeah, I'm a nice guy.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
She gives you another somewhat puzzled look. It's like, look, you're a sister of battle in power armor. You've got a bolt gun. You're fucking useful and cool. So, just stay here. It's nice to have the servant of the Emperor accompanying you. How do I make it follow me? I like that. Oh, there he is. Go shoot heretics, lady. Yeah, pretty much. Nonchalantly lights a low stick from a thermal cutter at your service. Narrows his eyes, studying your face. See, this guy I don't remember when I first started playing, so I'm wondering if this is like a backer reward or something, where a person got their character in the game as well. I'm finding this is not my style of game. I was expecting this to be like the typical isometric RPG, but yeah. He's new, yeah. Notice I studying your face, then says with a double relief, it's only tales after all. You just don't look like a bringer of woes to me. What was that about, a bringer of woe? Do I even need to say it? The moment you came aboard, Lady Theodora perished, so did her Arch-Militant, as well as half the senior officers and a quarter of the Infernus Guild, along with the previous Infernus Master. What's worse, rations don't taste as good anymore. Fire burns hotter, and that sinister look in your eyes. Survived the brush with a warp phenomenon sometimes in your distant past. It's nice that they actually bring these up before, because it didn't used to like bring up a reminder of what he's actually on about. Like you're about to put a curse on someone. He grins. It's what the Voidsmen say, so it must be true. But if I were to put a curse on you this very instant, it seems that several of the ship's bays are due for depressurization as a disciplinary. Wow. That would be a sight. I've never seen a real curse before. My niece would be thrilled to hear all about it. Wow. A curse on you. I curse you with the curse of Amasek, where you get a bottle a week and you have to drink it. Truly a terrible curse. I might prefer something like Diablo, but I don't like Blizzard at the moment, and Path of Exiles doesn't have character customization. Oh, Path of Exiles doesn't have character customization? I'm kind of surprised about that. How did you come to be in service of the Von Lancius dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we are still serving their time. Maybe we will find redemption one day. Okay. Tell me about your guild. What interests you the most? Our duty, our state-of-the-art equipment, or our vibrant traditions? State-of-the-art equipment sounds interesting. Smiles guiltily. That was a bit of a stretch, I'm sorry. There are no state-of-the-art equipment. There is no state-of-the-art equipment. The risks of ruining it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available. Respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save the machines and minimize damage to the ship. I mean, that's an honest take. For an honest man, it seems. You choose a preset character. There is gear customization, but not actual character model. One of the reasons I decided not to get it. Oh, okay. That's a shame. What's the traditions you've got, then? You have plenty of those, like the reminders. Rolls up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark. When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. Oh, that's cool. How did you get yours, then? It's the tattoo on his right forearm. This one is from the time plasma leaked from the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in the other. Azure flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than holy terror. And yet the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades. He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand. Ah, so that's what happened there with his hand. As for this one, he looks... the look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness. Oh, right. So he got a burn and then his left... Is that his left hand? No, that's his right hand. So what happened to his left hand? I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife... Is it Elsonia? Nora? I don't know how you say it. Died. There was a fire and the flames were getting close to the ammunition, and I don't mean auto gun rounds. These were macro cannon shells. Oh yeah, that's the kind of ammunition you don't want to go off. We put out the fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elise took my hand, kissed me, and ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartment. It was quite the story. Oh, damn. And welcome back, Sayori. He nods gratefully and takes another puff. That's all I need to know. Never let go of your... never let your fire go out, Lord Captain. I mean, no. That's a stupid little Gildan joke. Seriously, if you see an infernus next to a naked flame, run. Wow, okay then. These are fun characters. Alright, so we've met a bunch of people. Let's look over here. Who are you then? You're a new character, I think. It's the actual Void armor. I love the Void armor. Are they in it? Oh, they are as well. Okay. So that's the armor for the Imperial Navy breaches, the kill team kit. But I did mine. Still the brass color, but I did the uniform red, and that won me a painting competition. Well, I won 3rd place at a painting competition, but I'm especially proud of that because one of them was one of the original sculptors from Games Workshop back in the day. These are the judges, and the other one, it was a current heavy metal painter. So I'm dead chuffed that I even got 3rd place, and it was those two judging, so you know. Nah, your painting's fine. It's like, to be perfectly honest, how I paint Space Marines I think is dog shit, to be frank. It's basic, it's color, wash, highlight, make it look maybe decent, and that's about it. I don't do anything special. Although, half the time I feel like, what can you actually do to Space Marine armor to make it look cool, you know? But like with the Imperial Navy breaches, it's like they've got all these you know, they've got all this uniform, and this, you can play around with the model and the colors and everything. It's like, I feel like you actually get to do a lot more with non-Space Marine models, honestly. So it's just a thing. But no, I've seen your painting. I think it's fine. Just saying. I'm glad you entered it. You need to enter more and paint more. I could have entered one at the convention that I went to, but I didn't want to. It was too much messing around. Space Marines dipped in... Oh, God. I could make a silicone mold of a Space Marine and then get melted cheese and pour it in... Molten cheese and pour it into the silicone mold, and we could literally have a cheesy Space Marine. I'll only say Dark Angels. There's nothing wrong with Dark Angels. Spray them black, dry brush them green. Put some highlights and details on. Jobs are good. It's all I'm going to do with the Deathwatch Marines I've got.
For
Jeez.
failing King cheered X10, Cheese Marines. Zanfall hype.
Exactly, King. Cheese Marines. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. They have more cloth and stuff. Oh yeah, that's true. They do. Would this lead into a cooking stream? I mean, maybe. Cheese Marines on, like, crackers or something? Woe 15 billion pigeons upon ye. Oh god, not 15 billion pigeons. Can you imagine the mess that would make? Don't give GW more ideas to monetize. Oh, I'm sure they would. They would literally make miniature-shaped foods. I could see them doing it. Jocasta Saurabak? I'm not sure how you say that last name. Mini food, exactly. Very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed. Her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy Enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. I mean, it looks cool. I like the outfit. I'm surprised they haven't made the ice molds for servo skulls and squigs. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised as well, because you would think that would be something they've done. I mean, there's already like skull ice cube molds around already, so that wouldn't be anything special, but definitely like squigs, because they're like round in shape. That would make sense and be a fun one. Mini food, the one-stop location for fried mini fries and mini burger. See, Rupa, you say that, but you remind me of, there's a cooking channel on YouTube, and they literally cook with a miniature cooking set. So they've got like a miniature frying pan, a miniature wok, a miniature oven, and it's all like, all the cooking's done with like Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Aiden. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. They like cook with like a mini cooking set, and like they have miniature bits of food, so they'll like cook a mini bread or like mini chicken. It's cool. My mouth is on fire. Why is your mouth on fire? That shouldn't be good. But yeah, how are you doing? Thank you for the gifted subs. You're wearing the Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I actually am really curious. Yes, hello. I inherited it from the previous Master at Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of the Enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. Well, that's pretty cool. And Cursed Raven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Oh god, drink milk. I drank jalapeno extract by accident. How do you accidentally drink jalapeno extract? Come on. That's... How? Please, tell me how. I need to know. That's just... Why would you do that? Funny drink. Oh, that's definitely a funny drink. Jalapeno extract. Let's drink some pickle juice to wash that down. And maybe some Mountain Dew ice cream. Drink cop... No, don't drink something warm, Rupert. It makes it burn even more. You did oh, I can't say this word. Halorine. Yeah, I know what Reaper for a dare, but would never do it by accident. Under you're breathing fire. Well, to be fair, pickle juice is actually safe to drink. It is also good for you. Oh yeah, pickle juice is fine to drink. I like pickle juice and Mountain Dew, but not coffee. As in, you like pickle juice mixed with Mountain Dew? Pilk? No. No, don't drink Pilk. Do not do that. How did you come to serve on my flagship then? Let's look at that one. Teaspoon of sugar? Oh, does sugar help with spiciness? You like them separate. That's good. Yeah, I didn't know. Does sugar actually help with spiciness? Sugar doesn't help, sadly. Ah, okay. What does help? Yogurt and milk do. I come from the noble... I'm not going to... Saurback family of the capital world, Dragonus. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I'm honoured to be the 6th Master at Arms, named Saurback. Saurback. I'm going to get that name properly eventually, to serve on your ship. Cool. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Draconus? Because of my cousin, Macarius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. Well, as long as you enjoy your job, that's what matters, right? Should I continue listening to the Solar War audiobook or multitask watching the stream while playing Rogue Trader? I am procrastinating. I have 4 hours and 59 minutes left of the audiobook. That's a tough call, honestly. I mean, I would say maybe carry on with the audiobook, but you could also watch the stream while playing Rogue Trader. That might get confusing, though. I would imagine. Go on, then. What have I collected? I got a raccoon pop. Pop. Wash it down with lemon juice. Oh, lemon juice. Sauerkraut family. Oh, is that how you say it? Sourback? Time to do all 3 things. So you're going to have my stream and the sound effects of the game on my end, my commentary, an audiobook, and then your version of Rogue Trader. You must have a really good brain to multitask all of that at once. Is the Solar War book any good? Which one is the Solar War book? Is that the new one with the newest Lord Solar? Or am I thinking of something different? Oh, it's Siege of Terror. What's your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I would not dare to form opinions about your lordship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not evaluate. Okay. That's all for now. End dialogue. I hope they become a character that you can actually have follow you around, because that would be actually really nice. Bridge officer... I Factorum Janice Danrock. Multitasking is good. I'm at art while watching the stream. I mean, I'm going to do minis on Wednesday, so I'll be doing 40k models Wednesday at least. This is basically going to be a 40k week. So like I said earlier, we've got Rogue Trader today, the new update for Space Marine 2 tomorrow, which I'm going to be playing. Then I'm going to carry on building my Terminators Wednesday, and then I might even carry on playing this Thursday or Space Marine. Who knows? So it's basically just going to be a week of Warhammer at this point. Greetings, your lordship. I wish this guy was voiced. Let's see. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Plus, who interests you? I'm not that interested. Enough questions. Okay, so I'm not going to talk to you for now. Who else have we got? Bridge officers. Servitor. I don't think we can talk to the servitor, sadly. Is there anyone back here? Heck no, Matt. Oh, dear is here. About your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
I mean, I guess she has the right to say that. What's it like being a psycho?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
She hears the voices. How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
If you'd say so. What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Cool.
Sure thing.
Agreed. Did you know her well? Sure.
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong, only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Well, sucks she's died.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Okay, so that's... What else is... Foods? What's this? Whee! Another compartment. Void Shrine, Astropathic Chapel. Wait, we can actually go to different places now? You couldn't do that before. Oh, there was somebody else on this side? But did I imagine things? No, I imagined things. Okay. I want to go to the captain's quarters. See if it's been cleaned up. Meow. Lord Captain's quarters. So I know you could go to the Lord Captain's quarters when it first came out, but that's about it. Okay, so this room's been all cleaned up. FD tome contains schematics of the flagship. Okay. And that's her. Coat of arms of House von Valentius. This all just feels really big and, well, empty. Litanies of the faithful to his word and name. Yeah, we don't need to read that. Goods in here. Base of the Sovereign. The wearer gains an additional +1 resolve when they kill an enemy. But what's resolve do? Von Valentius Cloak. The character wears... While the wearer is at full wounds, they gain +5 to all characteristics. Oh, damn. I'll collect both of those. Ah! Don't mean to click that. Okay, thankfully it didn't open anything weird on the stream. That would have been bad. Where receives 5 less damage from critical hits. The wearer gains +10 coercion. Schedule that next. The only Siege of Terror book I've read is the what's it called? It's the Fury of Magnus. I think that's what it's called. Which is really good. Marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring. Oh, it's a digi-ring. Wrath of Saint Darius. Blast Wave. That's a shotgun. Auto pistol. Sure, I'll take all those. No, I didn't break anything. Vault. What's in the vault? Nothing. Oh, that's my personal vault. Okay. Oh. And this is like everyone. Wow, that's so many people. Oh. Through here. Perform your ablutions? This is new. Who are you? Would you like to take a bath, your lordship? I get a cutscene of me taking a bath. Servant shit, this is new. Okay then, that's new. The soothing water caresses your senses and your graceful muscles. Welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Okay, then. I wish to see some of my Retouine. Address the enforcers. You two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. Let's just relax and close my eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness in which, stripped of all things superficial, your mind drifts in silent bliss. In a conscious mind, what fills your consciousness? Wait, what? What's this? I desire pleasant conversation, exactly. Thoughts of those who will keep him aloft in these waters, who will drown and who will manage to pull to the surface. Strands of fate are fragile, yet woven together they are strong. Not everyone is destined to see this voyage through to its end, but no one will be forgotten. Wait, so I just gave myself points by... Okay. Interesting. Sorry, that's a new thing. I've not done that before. Thank you, Master of Absolutions. Yeah. Long dead eyes of a fierce monster. Let's see. Wait, there's a secret compartment here. The game has shown me... How do I get in there? I want to go in there. Like a little button or something I can press? It's the start of the DLC. Oh. Wait, the bath thing is the start of the DLC or that secret compartment? Hit the miscellaneous goods. The bath. Oh, okay. Take that as well. Well, I guess I've activated the DLC by taking a bath. Which is just funny to me. This is the reason I'm a guide user. My collectionist tendencies would make me not want to miss anything. Yeah, that's honestly fair. How do I just... Yeah, put those in. Alright. See, I for inventory. Let's check what I can actually equip here. Instead of a sword, I can use this. And let's see. Negotiator pistol. What does that do? Whoa, hold on. What does this do? I have. Does not have area of attack, increases damage from all sources. Chain weapons deal 25% critical damage. Most warriors prefer swords, but they provide more flexibility on the battlefield against close combatants. Plus 10% parry.
For hydrate confirmed.
Minus 10 to enemy weapon skill when hit. Oh, okay. That's actually not too bad. And thank you, I will hydrate. Let's see. That gives a +5 to persuasion. That's two-handed. That's a +5 to perception and +5 to ballistic skill. Oops, I forgot to put that on Do Not Disturb. Go. I mean, +5, what's my persuasion right now? 55. That would make it 60 for the moment, so why not? And then it's either a las gun or a shotgun. Different ranges. Try the shotgun for once. I've not done a shotgun before. And I do like my solid projectile weapons in Warhammer. And then I've got the Digi-Ring if I need it, which... Single laser shot once per combat, 8 to 10 damage, 10% armor pen, 4 range, 100% over penetration, so that's pretty decent. Then... God. How about I just have a normal helmet? That'll do. Resolve do then. Info. Resolve influences how efficiently and for how long characters can fight in battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. Must not have features Adeptus Astartes equipment. What? Steel, blade shard, and Heroic using. No, let's put that on. Oh wow, look at that. That's cool. Okay. So that gives me +5 to all characteristics while I'm at full health, which is going to help me outside of combat massively. Well, in that case, Abelard has a chainsword. Will that sword do any better? No. Will that do better? Grants Fellowship. Is coercion 35. Hey D, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I don't think he can wear iconoclast gear, can he? We can. Wait, but he's not iconoclast, is he? I thought Abelard was strictly super Imperial man. I'll give him that. A red cape suits him, I think. And you're very EP. Well, don't worry, EP man. We're here to play this game. Can you hide helmets? Off. Show backpack. What does it mean, show backpack? Now, is that a pick and choose? Oh, it is. You can pick and choose per character. Oh, that's awesome. So, like, I can turn the helmet off on her. And I can turn the helmet off me. Oh, that's great. Oh, I actually like that. Nice. An auto pistol. Well, that's an heirloom auto pistol. What have you got? Last pistol. Let's give you the... Can be used as if the wielder has the dual weapon combat talent. Oh! I mean, it's not going to be really used by her, so that's kind of a pointless one to give. I feel like I've been wanting to take naps far more often these days. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. What's your fellowship? 30. Okay. Fellowship 30. I don't think they need any capes right now. It's going pretty good so far. Just getting to grips with everything. Bridge. Finding things out again. Oh, also, I found out you can literally go over places, which I'm actually going to go do now. Whee! Go to the Void Ship Shrine Astropathic Chapel. Why do I need people? Oh wait, isn't this where... Yeah, this is where the Astropath would be. Wait, Astropath? Not...
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
What? Rolling around in every game. I am. Oh wow, these are all astropaths. That's unique. Throne is furnished with conductive charge supply and can be turned into an instrument of execution at any moment. You know, just all chilling ominously.
Let's see this through.
It's an astropathic chapel. So basically, there's these people called astropaths, and when they come together, they form something called an astropathic choir, and they can send a message through the warp to another astropathic choir. And it's a way of sending communication to one another, but it's not exactly reliable, shall we say.
Now that was easy.
The machine uses its many quills to commit the astropath's whispers to paper, then sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. Cool. Wait, why did I just run off? What? Oh.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Okay, I guess I'm not clicking that then. In telecommunications don't exist for humans, so gotta have psychic Yeah, there you go. Back of the throne is smeared with something dark, red, and old. Yes, it's called blood. I saw a crate of goods.
Stay sharp.
They call those. Oh. Okay. It wasn't just ambient game music. It's literally, it's literally that. What's that? No. Oh wow, it's everywhere. This is cool. Yo, look at this dude. That's a cool portrait. Zachary Weiss. Choir Master Zachary Weiss, a tall man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of the cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You're about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns toward you first. Lord Captain. A visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choir master's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can it be of use, your lordship? And yeah, you can like hover over things here and it'll explain it. So, astropath, powerful sanctioned psyker who can send and receive messages through space using their telepathic abilities. Basically what Dee just said. And then, you know, you can click encyclopedia and it'll tell you a bit more information. Not too much more, it looks like, though. So, also, astropaths have no eyes. They get their eyes melted out. Yeah, they do. It's It's a fun time for the whole family. Ha ha. Lord Imperium test succeeds. Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath the bandages flickers with strange hues as the choirmaster clutches his temple. His expression shifts in a way you are well familiar with. It is the look of one who has glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul. And now it actually tells me that. Oh, did my nightmares scold you? My apologies, your lordship. I sensed a strangeness in you, and my mind reached out of its own accord. I did not see much, but what I did see was enough. It grieves me to know that this mark weighs on you so. Trust me, I am well acquainted with the oppressive burden of doom. He's a telephone dude. That's actually a rather interesting way to put it. He's the telephone guy. Tell me about your astropathic choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you would like to know? Point at the mechanical drum. What device is this? Mechanical drum? Where? I don't see a mechanical drum. I see a giant-ass organ. Oh. That thing. It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and to an extent unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From these reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through lines under the floor into transcribers, and then the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains a vast catalogue of various symbols and the methods of their interpretation. Okay, well that's very unique. It's like those organ machines that like have punch paper cards that have music on them. The compiler matches the images in the message against its data and forwards the results to the central cogitator and myself so that I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meaning from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites of receiving or sending an astropathic message. Yeah, the Imperium is very backwards. So if you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. No, I don't want to say stuff like that. If your machine knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the message itself? Regrettably for all of us, your lordship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium of the warp. Furthermore, as messages pass through the immaterium, they might become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone to shield their mind with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous powers. Because, yeah, like demons could intercept the message and go, "Ah yes, I'll insert that you smell and nobody likes you," and send the message on its way, and then if nobody deciphers that that was a bad thing that put a fake stuff into your message, you could be like, "Oh my god, I've been insulted by Lord Farquaad the 60th," or some crap like that. And then you might accidentally go to war because a demon decided to add a couple of lines of text into your message. If you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. Sure, I'll say it. Why not? 69. Yes. Weiss's face twists into a bitter grimace. My duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the wall. The screams of the Emperor's loyal servants, centuries dead by now. The nightmarish, maddening images of the Sea of Souls, the cursed symbols that cause astropaths to convulse in violent fits of frenzy. The messages from abominations in search of weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. If something happens to your choir, where can I find new astropaths? The expression on his wrinkled face grows even more serious. It would be more on point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessing protects us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void for which even this defense would be no obstacle, especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There is only one way to produce astropaths, and that is through the Adeptus Administratum. Luck permitting, unattached astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship. Ones who, for whatever reason, have lost their place of service. Failing that, the request will go to Terra, and we will have to wait a long time. That said, there are other options. Blasphemous, forbidden options, the Choir Master grimaces. Unsanctioned psychers, unprotected, and broken souls who seldom lived past their first few senses. But even those would do, should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials. And judging by how rabid the warp has been of late, by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I know a couple of places where you can get new astropaths. Adira grins meticulously. That's, of course, if you don't insist on them being all classy and proper like your fried-eyed bunch. Wow. Okay. That odd noise inside the chapel, does it bother you? On the contrary, Lord Captain, it is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir. One that I invented myself. This music was written by an astropath. What my charges and I hear in it is not what ordinary people hear. It is true depth and beauty. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them, but above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. That's actually really cool. I would have never thought to put a little detail like that in. We shall speak later. Goodbye, your lordship. An endless stream of symbols fills the paper tapes. A deceased navigator's organ ruptured for the choir master's needs. He is where... What? Okay, then. Can we go up here? We can. And can we get up here? We can. Oh, look, these are astropaths doing astropath things. Yeah, this is all paper tape.
My actions speak louder than words.
Once the text is ready for final interpretation, the compiler sends the choir master along with a list of meanings for the known images.
Venture forth.
And here is Sigma AR-87. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, for without his gifts, our sacrifices are fruitless. The engineer's head is lowered. Why are you all crowded next to this thing? What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. A gloom has come over the machine spirits, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. We summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. Magic super paper. Yeah, it is kind of magic super paper. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? I mean, you are right. Actually, just examining the parts would do better than just having a prayer session for over a day. Let's see. Why such a trifle of an error? Let's see if there is any way I can help. The pilot of the astropathic traveler is malfunctioning and the astropaths are in sore need of help. The road trader may wish I can help by making it worse. Haha. Okay, how? Let's have a look. Mech system that penetrates the intention. Okay, so how do we help fix it then? Logic 100. Let's look at that.
Perfect.
Receives enormous reels, direct papers containing unprocessed text into the chapel's depths. A 68% chance on tech use. Well, you know what this calls for? Saving the game. Oh, wait, I can just press F5, right? Yeah. Quick save.
Reality had different plans.
Oh, no. Did I... Wait, did I fix it? The mechanism that permits the entire chapel has been managed. The issue affecting the compiler's interpreter module has been fixed. Oh, I fixed it. I think. I actually have no idea if I succeeded or not. Oh wait, there's a tech use there. Faulty receiver calibrators. Let's quick save and have a look.
Always striving for greatness.
Issue affecting the interpreter module has been fixed. Okay, I'm fixing things. What else can I fix? Is there anything over here? Yet there is. A grumbling receiver router. Half the ship is paperwork. Half the ship is literally paperwork, yeah.
Now that was easy.
The issue affecting the second receiver has been fixed. Okay. What next? Is there more things to be fixed? There is. F5.
My actions speak louder than words.
Okay, that's the fourth routing cogitator. Quick save.
I harbored higher expectations.
See, that makes it sound like I broke it, but it doesn't tell me that I failed or succeeded, as far as I can tell. Oh, there we go. Dude, why isn't this open all the time? Fail. So I failed a couple of times and succeeded a couple of times. That should be open all the time. That's actually annoying. What did it tell me to do? It's fully operational again. Talk to the astropath. Oh, it's this astropath up here. Your lordship, the astropath smiles at you. The shy, awkward smile from someone unused to smiling. The sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. The engine seer raises proudly to his feet and says in Low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned towards the machine god, I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirits. The Omnissiah blesses. Yes, had nothing to do with me. I should rather say it was my efforts that helped make the machine operational. How lucky we are that the venerable tech priest is so pious and wise. This statement is true. I recommend installing 2 incense burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary Weiss will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvements to this compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement will result in sanctions on part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood. That's funny.
Let's seize the moment.
They're actually coming out with Mechanicus 2. It got announced earlier this year. So that's going to be fun to play. I'm expecting a banger of a soundtrack yet again, so fingers crossed. Your lordship, I have something for you. The choirmaster hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in preparing the compiler, we have been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign. The agents of the renegade, whatever his name was, used in their especially important reports. What does the message say? Only a few words. Lilam Medith Adenst 11. Winds have ceased. It is done. Now, Lina Medith is just call sign for special reports, but the rest of the code was unfamiliar. We are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth in this particular system. When was it sent? Cannot say with certainty, your lordship. Following the repair work, I went through texts that had defied coding before. The signal had lost its way in the bowels of the mechanism. It could be a week old or years. Could it be a message from him itself? He was more likely the intended recipient. I will get to the bottom of this message. I have no doubt that you will. Cool, so we actually have a place to look for this sleazeball now. Okay, well this was a really fun distraction that I didn't expect to find. And then Void Ship Shrine. I feel like I don't want to go there yet. Void Ship Bridge. So I feel like that's DLC, and I don't want to do DLC just yet. If I'm going to be honest. $98. $100. Alright, where's Uberlord?
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Conrad, our previous master of whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Vtuber. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Who knows? That's all for now, actually.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Fair enough. Well, until next time.
Lord Captain.
Utan. The events of Warhammer 40,000 rotating to take place in space known as the Gross Expanse. It's a map. Guide, make contact. Whee! We scanned it. Okay. This way. Look, Captain, Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's turmoil, something is screaming. This scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Reichland System's astropathic station. Oh boy! What is the nature of this scream? We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and crackling before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Imperium, and it fills me with terror. If the screams stop, can we contact anyone? I humbly hope so. Cool. We're going to pay a visit to that station. Thank you, your lordship. So, the station is screaming. Reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Auric 5 being off limits to visitors. Well, we're going to visit anyway. Order the Augur crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. Let's have a look. Contact them. Okay. We will not invade the Navis Nobilite without first acquiring official... Order the crew to commence docking with the station. I will dock with this station whether you like it or not. That's what I'm doing. I'm basically barging my way and going, excuse me, coming through, important person. What were you saying there was about... Oh, right, the Mechanicus 2 has been announced, and I'm expecting the soundtrack to be really good like the first game. There is a trailer for it, but it's like an announcement trailer.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Oh no! Fuck. Just literally blows him away with a shotgun. Jesus. Step back or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you, Emperor, be my witness. Brother, it was the Emperor who brought me to this abode. Abelard, if you would be so kind. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, rogue trader Zan von Valentius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Chorus Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. I've never chose the option of Abelard, if you would. That's fucking hilarious. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Auric 5 is a holy sanctum of House Celio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. I'm looking for The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Hendrix von Kallux. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. Okay. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I do not think this is possible. Heroic 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, he gestures to the disorder around him, you have chosen an inappropriate time for negotiations. What's happening then? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the Nobleites. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theoban Docelio, the second keeper of Auric 5, and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Let's see, the Mad Men have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her. Okay. Let's see. I still have questions concerning the station situation. Your words are rife with disrespect. I will not tolerate it, and I could just kill him. Do not care about your mistress. I'm looking for a navigator, and you will do. What kind of help are we talking about? But never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. Haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend the mistress's chambers, what do I need? This is the control rod of the elevator of the machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. How do I make the second one? A phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the lab. Okay, why should I help you? You came to this station for a reason. House Celia will not be able to help you until the crisis is resolved, but if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement. Okay. So, how am I supposed to do this? Just situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So, what have you decided? Of your house, set the balance of power of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Retreater's aid will cost us, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. In return, I require House to sign a contract. My protectorate. Sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry the mistress's safety. Hooray! Those poor guards. They were unalived. What have we got? We've got a key and some stuff. So we'll take those. That? Examine the body.
The premonition runs true.
The corpses are mauled by a force far beyond any... What? Far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and... Oh, God. That does not sound nice at all. Oh, there's bad guys there.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Okay.
An expected result.
And what? We literally jumped over a barricade.
The
Pay
whispers
attention.
told me a secret.
Oh. Well, it.
Yes?
Forge ahead, never linger.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service.
Okay, so we've done that. I'm guessing. Wait, weren't the people
Request for hydrate confirmed.
Was I just seeing things? Let's do a quick save and click that.
Always striving for greatness.
I succeeded. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Oh, that sounds lovely. An hour hydrate, thank you, Rupert. These guys just need to move the paperless office easy. Yeah, they do. Oh. What's this? Books.
Onward to victory.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Stand firm. We must not let the miscreants defile House Celio. Oh, okay. Israelio? Is it Acelio? Israelio, I think. Fire at will. No. Whose will? What's will ever done to you?
Me was a mistake.
Stand your ground.
In combat, you can significantly increase the animation speed of your enemies and allies. To do so... Oh, just hold spacebar. Okay. Alright then, well... Let's... Move me here. Move you there. Gentia, you don't have the best spot in the... So we'll pop you there and get Babylard over here. Cool. Let's shoot him.
Easy. A costly mistake.
I like the shotgun. Okay, the shotgun's pretty cool. What's that do? Till the end of the commander's next turn. I don't necessarily want to move, so...
Strengthens me.
Weather the storm!
Weather the storm!
Stop
Follow my lead.
me.
Unpleasant.
Unpleasant. So let's get you... That would be bad. How about we put there? 52, 52, 40, 40 if it is.
I will
If we can
bathe
get
this
you.
battlefield in righteous fury.
Ooh, didn't kill him, but that was close. Why can't they travel through time and organize their papers easily? A lot of reasons. Let's do that just for a second shot.
I'll do it.
Missed. Alright, Lightning Lady.
Was that you?
Be gone.
Hehe, lightning. For warning. Let's put it on you. Abelard a bit better, and then... you. It's Abelard time. What can we do, Abelard?
Indeed.
That.
It will be done.
And that. Can't move any further. Can we charge? I mean, it'll get me closer.
Onward.
Apologies, I'm dominating the chat with random little things. No, D, it's fine. I mean, it's literally what I do while I'm talking and playing video games, so... It's all good. Can I... No, I actually need to get closer. Let's see if I can get there. Nope, not close enough. So let's do run and gun. But we'll go there behind cover and at least take a pot shot. Wait, what? What just happened? Dandelion, wait, what? Then deals 17 rending damage to the squad commander. Squad commander suffers trauma. Crippled armor ply affected. Then I dealt another 12 points of impact damage to him. He succeeded an agility test and then died. Momentum changed by 11 to 161. Reason, enemy death. What the fuck? I shot a single shot and it didn't even say it was going to kill him. Whatever.
Break their morale.
I'll take it. Man exploded. Yeah, he did explode. Oh, that was a critical. Okay. They should move first.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Doubt is for the weak.
Ba-dum. It's definitely very Rusty Shank Town at the start of the game. If you go there, I can lightning you. Or I could scream. I'll scream at you. Why not?
Foreboding?
Veil degradation. Yep, I know. I'm making it worse. He went too fast and exploded. Yeah, I guess it was Righteous Fury. Abelard! Wait, can I do...
At your beck and call.
That was silly. Can I charge at you? No. Can I charge at you?
Indeed.
Charge at you. Ah! Then.
For von Valancius.
I go there, and then can I do yes?
A tactically sound approach. One fewer target.
A large kill
It will
spare.
be done.
And this is why Abelard is so dangerous.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Get closer.
Poised for action.
Can I hit them from there? I can try.
Let's set this in motion.
I think I did more than try. Yeah, I got a critical hit and he just keeled over. I've learned anything in these systems. Righteous Fury is a sudden and instantaneous killer. It is, and it's fun. What does that do again? Plus 10 ballistic skill. Okay. Let's get the Gentia there and take a shot at him. Missed. Let's get you over here and see if we can zippy zap you. I can.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
And dead. Ta-da! A fun time when your basic rifle of 1d10 plus 3 spikes to 20 plus damage for no reason. Yeah, pretty much. I hate when this pauses and I don't notice. Ah, damn, I'm sorry, man. We just had an interesting combat where I blew several people away with shotgun shells, which was amusing. Just grab all those.
Venture forth.
Alright, I needed to go back up here, didn't I? There was goods there, which is a meteorite chunk. Shard of fused meteorite, still cold with an icy breath of the void. Guard has some goods on him. Mutated flesh sample. And Abelard found these. A Ripper auto pistol. Oh, cool. And 4 frag grenades. Did somebody say grenades? I'll take 2 grenades, please. And then... Ripper auto pistol, Magnolus pistol? Sadly not. Give Iridia a grenade, and I will give Abelard a book. Alright, so you've got armor. Oh, he has Seneschal's carapace. Okay, you can just stick with what you've got then. You've got mesh, which is slightly better. I have flak as well. Okay, so add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Cargo. Cool. Pulse disarm exploded ever so slightly. Like in Dark Heresy, the Dark Heresy game I'm in, sniper rifle with man-stopper rounds, got Fury with accurate damage bonus, got 32 damage with Pen 6. Ooh, that sounds fun, I'm not gonna lie. I really miss playing Dark Heresy. It's so fun. Yesterday's session was the opposite. Oh. Okay, grab you. Lore Imperium.
Now that was easy.
Statue of a famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon of the Magnificent, the 33rd year of this millennium original. Data crypt. Okay. Right, and these guards. They have them. It's cargo. Can I open that door? Nope. Locked. Can't open this door though.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Where's
I'm
Gentia?
restless.
You are our demolitions person.
The Emperor favors me today.
Apparently he does.
Damn
Good.
warp. If we'd been in real space, I'd have...
Sorry about that. Needed to turn lights on. Navigator flesh sample. Fun times.
Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
Ahead.
I don't know what Abelard was meant to say, but all I heard him was menacingly say, head. Split from the group, beat a deceive test of 3, set up to snipe, and jam my gun twice. Reroll failed me, then spent nearly the entire fight fixing my gun. In the end, was only able to shoot once. Ouch. That's... yeah. That's a bummer.
Let's seize the moment.
Ooh, Joseph's. Looks like is set from around the corner.
The Emperor sets my path.
Is Gentius. She can. Oh, wait, no, she can't defuse it because you have to defuse it at the source. Okay. Athletics 100.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Speeder gained 2 XP, and we got a Mars pattern sword. Ooh, fancy. And noble silk gloves. Alright, so for us, I mean, it's 1 more damage. Let's have a cleave. Rotate a goods source. Random crates. Exactly. That's how it's supposed to work, right? Hey, Johnny, how are you doing? Brigands +5 bonus to persuasion. I'll take persuasion. I like persuasion. So, Abelard, is this better than your sword? It is... it has 3 more damage. There's a dodge reduction. But it doesn't have that plus 25% critical damage. So we will not tech use. I'll keep those because I know who I can give them to eventually. Need to give this game another shot. And Baldur's Gate 3. I know.
Perfect. Forge ahead. Never linger.
Never doubt me.
There we go. Now it's safe. Whee. Oh, there's people. Okay, that's more goods. Yeah, I need to do Baldur's Gate 3 and escape the accursed Act 1. Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, you're alright. We can't hear anything. Oh no. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Oh no. I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered, hey, who are you? And then literally just died. God dies. And then just dies. Well, that was tragic. New patch for Baldur's Gate 3 supposedly coming soon with the new subclasses. Yeah, they've added, I think it's 3 new subclasses. They can move to cargo as well. It's fine. The reason I can't for Eva is the time sink is real, and I'm trying to get through my backlog. Honestly, Hazard, understandable. Oh, it's 1 for each class. Oh, sweet. Okay. I thought it was just 3 new ones. Let's grab your stuff. That's another data crypt. That in here. Person in here.
Didn't see that one coming.
Okay, how about I quick save and do that again?
Always striving for greatness.
Aha! The loot room. Ooh, a long glass. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we're definitely gonna take those. Okay, that's
onward to victory. Now that was easy.
Okay, let's see what that does. I'm going to do the modern Doom games for Dark Ages in between Final Fantasy and other short match games. I do actually want to play the newer Doom games, but I don't know if I really want to invest in them because right, right. But no, I like my shotgun. What else did we pick up? Fire grenades. I'll take those. What else did we just pick up? Oh, it was the carapace chestplate. What's the difference? Carapace doesn't have a dodge penalty. Gives me the same amount of armor. Has a better chance to dodge attacks. Oh, it's just straight up better than my flak carapace. So I'll shove that on. Sweet. Okay. Can't go wrong with that. I've got melter charges, which apparently I can't do anything with yet. Alright, let's quick save before we make any mistakes and walk in this room. What the fuck? For some reason the arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way into this station. Oh god. Hey you. Some received item, rough bloody sketch. A crumpled sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster painted with fresh blood. Delicious. Had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants. Oh, he actually can't talk because he's had his tongue cut out.
Marching ahead.
Awaken the cogitator spirit. Let's do that. Awaken the cogitator. Request data on the station's navigator. Let's have a look. Pelic, main hall alive. Theobrad alive. Ulmara deceased. Alexis deceased. Ramius deceased. The child location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds permissible limit, status error unknown or unknown error. Calming procedures revised, attention, okay. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the cogitator's local data point is partially corrupted, but you still managed to access. View the Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Oh, great. Do they get mad if someone crumples up paper, you know, since they like paper a lot? Who knows? I'm being insane and tumbling through all the doom until Dark Ages. I mean, if it's what you want to do, it's what you want to do. I'm happy to time sync this game because I think it's probably worth it. At this point, I hope. Negotiations with Windscale were success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It's imperative that we increase the new retainers resistant to the child's powers. Data expunged. And what about this? Here's some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A262. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A and D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding, requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own. So remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Okay. It's been fun though. I'm thankful to be through the brutalizer that was Plutonia. Is that like an official DLC or is it like a fan DLC? Plutonia. The station.can log. Found. Data visit classified. Reason classified. Departure classified. Damage of technical compartment. Basically everything went to shit, it looks like. You encrypted data. Letters F5. Oh, can we... Hold on. In F5 now. Then go back in. Wake it up. Examine logs. Go to encrypted data. And then do that. Aha! You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitators overloaded processors were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands has been having been embedded into the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete, picked flow, disable access code, annual station controls, delete archive, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command log. Oh, fun. Official is part 2 along with TNT, both together making Final Doom, which was the last of the OG games, along with the original and Doom 2. Oh, okay. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report. Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobad had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Theobald. Okay. So the other guy tampered with life support. All Reichland Minoris for help. This thing cannot carry out the command. Okay. Switch to the main chamber controls. Open all doors on level. Oh. Door's already been opened. Door's already been opened. System rebels, resetting commands. According to the data, the compartment you are trying to open is depressurized. Okay. The protocol has opened and the passage has been opened. Cool. Already open. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Hooray! I opened the door! The vid screen blinks with a quiet hum. No. Go back to the main elevator control. Activate the elevator. Processing. Query. Confirmed. Path of the elevator must be restored. Cool, so I've done that. Okay, well this is good. This is good. I wish this would actually keep up with what I'm doing. All. Okay. What did I open? I opened this. What did he have? Upseer's goggles. Grants willpower bonus law warp. Oh, I know who you can be. Where are you? You. There we go. Use not to show helmet. Oh, is it because I didn't apply? Hold on. Okay, that's fine.
Stay sharp.
Oh wait, but I didn't on her, did I? Helmet. Show helmet off. Apply. There we go, now that's working properly. Stick into the modern ones to make it easy for myself, especially since I'm wanting all collectibles but will be on no. Until the newer expansions were added and like no Rest for the Living or the N64 Doom game. I know the Mega Collection I'm playing recently got updated with Sigil 2, a Doom pack from John Romero, one of the original major devs and fathers of modern FPS games as we know. Then that was released very, very recently, like 5 years at most recent. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna... Ooh. Heresy found its way into the walls of the esteemed house. It is a black day for the Navis Nobilite. Oh dear.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Oh, the statue! Its head's missing and it's covered in blood and twisted. Oh shit, that's not good. It wasn't like that before. What else has changed? I don't think that's changed. Oh, and that statue too. Oh, his neck's broken. Oh, wonderful. Oh wait, that one's neck's broken. It's just the blood messed it up. Okay, let's see. Got some data. Caustic stench of remnants sears your nostrils. Broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. More goods. Let's grab those. Biogel, black water, unidentified acid. Psi crystal. Goods there. Another flesh sample.
Onward to victory.
And Lady Cassia's Medicae. Let's not go in that room just yet. Let's quick save and examine this.
My actions speak louder than words.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor, barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. So, what? It's a cloning vat? And there's a bunch of them down in there. Fun. Good. We'll steal those.
Venture forth.
Laboratory notes. Adamantine. Raw lump. They all just lost their minds. Please, don't kill me. Why would I do that? Remake control rod. Okay, done that. Transducer, what do you do? Oh, and I can put stuff in. Ooh. Oh god, it's a puzzle. Oh, have they leveled up? Is it... No. E? Oh? Wait, no, it's... Character. Oh no, they've not leveled up. I thought they had. Tissue flask, catalyst flask, reagent flask. Oh god. Flesh sample. I should probably save the game, shouldn't I? Hope you read the notes. I didn't read any notes. Oh boy, hold on. More and more servants have been influenced by the Materium. Discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty, which I'm guessing is that. Oh, you're at this puzzle as well? Yeah, I'm just reading the notes now. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. One more thing, the tech priests blessed the data crypt H41 OK for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it's no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. Malfunctioned over the course of our research. Okay. I know the puzzle's not optional, but it still means I still want to do it. So it sounds like mutated flesh sample. Grind the crystal. And don't use acid. Okay, so... Put the crystal in?
Keep your guard up.
Which gives me crystal dust. Okay.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Your seneschal. Oh.
All souls cry out for salvation.
But if I put the mutated flesh sample in there, you do the right combo, you can get 2 lots of potions. Do you know if you had a sniper before the battle, you could snipe the commander? How did you get... How would you get... Wait, but the sniper rifle was... I thought the sniper rifle was in... It was in this room, but that was behind the fight in the first... Oh, but if you get a sniper rifle from somewhere else first, that's what... Oh, operator class. Oh, okay. Wait, is the operator class the sniper class? I picked warrior. Oh, operative. I should probably read all the other notes then, because if I'm just reading this one journal... More and more... We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most... Wait, but that's that one. Does this say the same? Some signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to hold the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Okay, so that's... Alright, so that's just a report. That's a rough sketch. So this one tells me one way of doing things, and I assume that tells me another. What does this say? That's the handwritten letter from the Inquisition. That's the Vox transmissions. Okay, so we've got these here. Got these 3 here. We fixed the elevator thing. Got those 2, and as far as I know, a catalyst, and that's just a spooky sword. Okay. I know if I play the game again, I'll make a blade dancer or operative man. Everybody can use a sniper rifle. The question is if you got the right skills to support it. That is fair. Bounty hunter makes a good sniper. Ah, okay. I think because I sniped the dude, I missed out his XP. But wouldn't you get it regardless? Thank you. Agreed to provide samples of his own skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious material on the flesh of the Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the relentless currents of the warp, the God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let's get back to the study of mortal flesh. Let's see. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I'm so lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the what? Into the formula. All data related to the experiments were recorded in that data crypt. I've mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by the Keeper is completely useless, although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Okay, so the meteorite is out. So that must be his flesh sample. So hold on. That's his flesh sample. Will you make it? I think said that not even the macerator can handle its temperature, its temper. So more complex compound. I don't know. Actually. So, hold on. If I put the mutated flesh sample in there, then just go for the. Do not use acids, so we don't use acid with it. So we could use biogel or black water. We'll just use biogel. We'll see if that works. So we'll put biogel in there. And then which data crypt did it mention? H41 OK, which is that one. H41 OK. The agent flask. Crystal dust.
Let's seize the moment.
No, everyone stand back.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Good. What did I do? I got 6 adaptive antidotes. Ooh, okay. But I'm assuming that's not the only thing I can do. So, the Navigator flesh sample is the next one. So, don't put adamantine dust and black water in there. So we know not to do that. Alright, so what's the other one then? So K04OH is the data crypt, so we know that. H04OH. H040, yeah. H040H, yep, we can do that. Alright, so we've got his sample and the data crypt. Macerator can't handle the adamantine, so don't put it in the macerator. We should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. Like what? What's a more complex compound? Unidentified acid, I guess? That's the tissue flask. That's the cogitator. Catalyst. And reagent. I don't have a reagent. Do I need a reagent? Or am I missing it from somewhere? Can I put the meteorite chunk in there? Meteorite dust. Does that even do anything? Finely ground stone with metal particles mixed in. Alright, so for better or worse, I'll put the adamantine in the transducer and see what happens. Oh, it actually just works. Cool, okay. Reagent you get from breaking things down with the reductor, which is what I just did. Okay. So it said not to use black water, so I'm assuming we use acid. And we've used adamantine dust or meteorite dust. And this said what? Adamantine seed to protect the frail flesh from low-born to... Oh, wait, no. So, yeah, we want to put the adamantine in. Oop. Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever. Let's just load that quick save. Kaboom. Did I save that? Push the adamantine. Okay. Alright, so that's the flesh sample. We've got the correct data crypt. So we're looking at a catalyst and a reagent. Well, apparently the black water and the adamantine explodes. No, screw it. Let's just do that again. That blows it up as well. Okay. So it doesn't matter which reagent I use. No, sorry, which reagent I use, it will blow up with the adamantine. So, good to know. You sure you've got the right tissue and data? I thought I did. Hold on. Provided sample of his skin. So that which is what makes me assume that the Navigator flesh sample is his. Scales and rudimentary webbed fingers, so I assumed the flesh sample is the correct one. I'm having fun with the puzzle at the minute. The data crypt. Let me check the data crypt, actually. Once I'm done with experiment H41. Okay. That's H40KO. But it doesn't mention this one at all. Mainly because you got the first one. Yeah, I got the first one. I mean, I guess I could try it with a flesh sample of tender pink color untouched by mutation. Unless I put in the normal flesh sample. We've got that in. We use acid and adamantium. Oh.
Keep your senses keen.
Elixir of warp neutrality. Hey, we did it. Okay, so it wasn't the Navigator's flesh. Although, we're totally going to do it. Boop. 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 I can do science. Well, it got rid of those items out of my inventory, so... Apparently I leveled up. I want to level up my ballistic skill. Let's see. Soldier gives a sign that they're about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Soldier immediately dashes all them points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity unless the soldier should dash through allies and enemies but not through obstacles. Which actually sounds really good, so we will go with that. Abelard. Oh, I went with soldier. Abelard's the warrior. Sorry, I made that mistake earlier. Warrior's next melee attack gains plus 20% armor pen and 8 damage and ignores 12% of target parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. I mean, Reckless Strike sounds good. And let's increase. What can you do? Abelard, solve this complex science experiment at once. Hits it with his chainsaw and somehow makes it where he could. I accidentally made my Psyker scream at my sniper. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, that attack deals 15% more damage to that enemy. I mean, that sounds good. Let's... Your intelligence is 30, your perception is 50. Let's increase your perception, because you seem to be the perception monkey. And then the sister can be the shooty bang bang monkey. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's increase stick skill. And we'll give you dash as well. Oh. You're making me want to start another playthrough. I mean, is that a bad thing?
Let's see this through.
This is my second time ever playing, but I never got very far the first time round, so I'm honestly And a lot of this stuff is new since I last played, so...
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Nothing impossible for this old officer. Alright, let's quick save. Let's turn on. A control rod is required. It's almost as if I have a control rod in my inventory. Can I not put it somewhere? I guess not. I got a bit further into it. I've done this solar system, and that's all I've done. Anything past that, I have not done. So I basically did the equivalent to the demo, I think, when this had a demo. Looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy colour under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder, then starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they will fall at the slightest touch. One hiding behind a man, another a traitor. Ooh. It would be very funny if you killed him. It would, wouldn't it? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They said that tearing off the masks is your concern. Cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Thank you. Everything is clear now. Station has enough problems. I have questions regarding... So... I don't know. I kind of don't trust this dude, because he just executed 3 people, and it sounds like he's turned a mutiny, and all he said is, "Oh yes, my master betrayed me." Which I don't quite believe him. I'm going to keep the key. Care to explain yourself, scion of the Von Valentius dynasty? What is the meaning of this? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found in the station? The madman I thought were convinced you were the traitors. Don't Solo cannot be blamed for what has happened on the station. Most corpses discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason, and as for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off power, and disabling security systems. Too many things required special access. Access only available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there are 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Uric 5 and our noble line. You got past spoilers. Oh no. Who's the child mentioned? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The child is what the station's servants called Lady Cassia. For the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it, you see. It is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen fought were convinced you were the traitors. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hand against the scions of noble bloodline? I listened to the recordings of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient towards them, purposefully neglecting security protocols. Well, it's this one. So the security captain's report, only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Vtuber stayed by the entire time and couldn't have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or his face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Well, I listened to the security logs. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. I trust you, let's rescue her. No, enough. I would not trust you as far as I could throw you. Enough lives. I'm certain you are the one behind this coup. Nods rarely. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, to an ally of Chrysophane and her monster? The accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Orcelio for years. Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. What are you babbling on about? I know nothing of the monsters of any kind. You do not? Hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apologies for the deception of my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valencia's heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orcelio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of the merciless tyrant, but it is not her. Okay, she's a monster. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. Perhaps you are endangering yourself to me, hoping I will let my guard down. If this monster's death will convince you finally to leave the station, I'll kill her. If the cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly... If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand. This is... You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You are going to need this charm and your precious stone without a setting. The luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede, and you will be able to take her and leave the station. Did I just do a bad thing? I probably should have saved before this. Oh well, going up. Pale figure with naturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Fun. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Oh, great. I switched to PC mode finally. Hooray! Only now do you notice the third eye of the young woman's forehead hidden by jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming soul-smothering power. As otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror, flashes of past warp nightmares, which is that thing. I'm really glad that that's there. I keep saying it, but it's true. I'm glad. Okay. Pain. You can catch your breath. Why is this happening to you? My own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I'm trying. Heresy. So this little figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness, then lowers her head. I can't even quick save. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong against my illusion. Any illusion. You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another's suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates. The lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears seem to have dried along with your own. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Dan von Valencius, it's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Pardon my manners, Zan. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Bleh. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobbing, his eyes swollen from crying, darts desperately around the room, as though a veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserved. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. Oh no. Fishman. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. By my superstitious warm affinity and willpower, please stop. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain, this one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Auric 5. I mean, you no harm. I came to seek the Navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of Auric Station, or like the scoundrels of Felix Service, so who are you? Dan von Valencius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. I mean, he's not wrong. Given that you have not drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy. What is the curse that's taking hold of everyone in the room? Curse, you do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great... Is it Trisiphone? Trisiphone? I'm not sure how you pronounce that word. For she is the heir of House Orselio. And they call me dangerous with my, quote, witchcraft. You look frightening. The fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You were not supposed to see me, or Felic, or the Sacred Child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. All the funny fish burger. Exactly. I want to know what happened between you and Felic. Felic is my wayward student. He came to Uric 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to prevent the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our navigators, Trisafino Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegade's clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child has come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or a lawful scion of the noble house. The child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. I'm not attacking him. What's the service? Save the sacred child, take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Oronto, acting head of House Celio in the Chronos Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. Oh, and now she's painful. You're talking as though you expect to die here. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felic inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. There's a Medicae on my ship. No, I am the keeper of Uric 5. I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend. How could you lose control of your station? Do not trust my errors. Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, and a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Felic to the child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. And you believe him after everything he's done to the station? Felic only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins of his bloodstained hands. Take the reins in his bloodstained hands. Do not blemish Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. I believe I've come to my decision. Felic is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Every time I hear the child, I think of Grogu from The Mandalorian. Cassia OP, please nerf. Is she? Do not be alarmed. The power of House Celio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Felic's navigator forces, but you, rest assured, a time before the battle. And now we have to kill him. Fancy place, looks nice. Is there loot in this room? There is loot. Yoink. Always run everywhere because
Marching
perception
ahead.
checks. It's like she likes reading, which is good. Okay, well, I guess they said they were gonna help, so let's go shoot some dudes. It's about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come. Now I've got a bunch of people to come and help me. Rogue Trader, you treacherous worm, I knew I should have killed you. That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tristophine herself. Surrender. I am the survivor of our house, and I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them! Gun.
Another battle demands our attention.
None of you shall survive!
I like the armor of these. Oh, it's because they're in bloody Enforcer armor. So that's the Enforcers. That's the Palatine. Is it Palatine or Palatine Enforcers from Necromunda? That's actually their armor. But that's Enforcer armor. So it's pretty cool. Right. I am Shotgun Man, so I will do shotgun things. And go there. I will send my rabid attack dog in this direction. Irida, we will hide behind there, and Shooty Gun Woman we will put there. Let's go. Oh, he almost got one shot. Let's see. Can I hit you? 85% chance to hit you. Let's do it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Mmm, delicious. I could only dash 3 squares. That's not a lot.
Follow my lead.
Follow my
To
lead.
the heretics! My faith strengthens me.
Oh yay, so the medic actually does medic stuff. That's pretty cool. Between that and the Vansar is what makes me want to get into Necromunda. Honestly, I 100% agree with you. So I've got the... Oh, what's it called? I've got the Palatine Enforcer's Tauros Venator, because I was planning to, like, do a Rogue Trader kit bash with it. So, like, make a Rogue Trader's personal kind of, like, excursion vehicle. But I've got the... Oh, what are they called? I have one of the gangs. It's the... Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. What are they called? It's the lady gangers. I forget what they're called. Plus blades. That's close. Anyway, I've got that Escher's. That's it. I've got House Escher. I've got most of their stuff except for the jet bikes and some of the resin models. But I actually do want the Palatine Enforcers because honestly they look really freaking cool. Let's run around there and scream at him.
Cover me!
Let's put forewarning on... Let's see. Myself. Oh. Well, I didn't mean to do that.
But of course.
I like Van Saar super high-tech, let's kill ourselves suits. Yeah, those suits are really weird. It's like they have to like rip off their arms and legs to get into those war suits that they can go into Hive Secundus for the mouse rain gene stealers, which is a pretty cool one. What's your here again? See if we can. Wait, why can't you move? Oh, I guess she...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I can shoot, though.
I must not falter. Follow my lead.
Follow my lead.
Moving out.
I see
Bonk.
you gasping in crimson.
Follow my lead.
I will endure.
Let's go there. And then... slug him.
That is how it's done.
I like shotguns.
I said, so done.
Oh, I missed. Damn it.
I know what to do.
Let's run and gun. And run there. Then...
As said, so done. A costly mistake.
oh, shotguns are fun.
Easy.
Let's just do that as well for fun.
Weather the storm. To the heretics. Onward.
No! One of them died. Abelard, avenge him. First of all, boop this man.
My place is at the fore. I took care of this one.
Charge this man.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Reckless.
Victory is imminent.
Let's do that. Oh, what? One of the good guy guards died. Hey, Tass, how are you doing?
Will rule the stars themselves. Follow my lead.
Abelard's about to become the pain train. As usual.
Indeed.
Guess he could shoot him.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Follow my lead. Stay vigilant.
Oh, cool. The Medicaid guy actually helps us as well. Let's go there and
I'll do it.
give him a bit of a tickle with this bolt shell.
Eradicated.
Just a bit of a tickle with this this rocket-powered bullet, you know.
Rejoice in battle. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, well, we'll just turn that on as well. Don't know what it does, but we'll do
Weapon
it.
at the ready.
Weapon at the ready. You go there. Can you lightning him from? No. Can you psychic scream him? No. If I get you there. Yes.
Anything is?
Let's... He's got 2 stacks of... Is that 2 stacks of analyze weakness? No.
Will do.
That's got 2 stacks on him. There we go. But then I can instantly do that.
Was that you? Or...
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Bonk.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You can
I'll do it.
dash at him, but what that'll do, I don't know.
I must not falter.
I must not falter.
Follow my lead.
This is as everybody just like runs and gangs up on him. My turn.
One step ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I'll I'll accidentally kill an ally if I do that. Let's
set this in motion.
There's no safe way of shooting this guy, is there? No. Dang it. Hold on. I can switch weapons. And shoot him with my negotiator pistol. Oh wait, no, I can just hit him with my sword.
That's how it's done.
Bleh. Bleh. Bleh.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the warp. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
I regret we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Wow.
What are you going to do to me?
If you must first sign a contract. Lady Cassia, I'm Sam von Valencius, road trader of the Imperium of Man. Offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Urac 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
Oh, it's Urac 5. Okay. Involve you in a romance subplot. All who can be saved will be given Sekar on board my ship.
As a lady navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Everybody dance now. Let's loot his body. What did he have? He had a Deadshot sub-revolver. Ooh. That's a different shotgun. More shotguns. An armored body glove. Lasgun. That's another staff. Tactical goggles. Cool, we'll take all that. What
Onward to victory.
Time for the best part of the game. Looting. An auto gun. Definitely. Oh, right, and her esteemed mentor. Let's... Rice Pioneers Braces. Sure, we'll take all that. Also, Streck. There's all the gear. Oh, I literally just picked it all up, no? Oh, damn. Did I just put it all into the... Wait. Oh. What did I just do? It didn't show it, but I'm apparently on a 3-stream streak. Oh, I wonder why it didn't show it. But hooray! The 3-stream streak. Oh, right. Ah, okay, that's why. Let's actually have a look at this stuff. Body glove. That's logic. That's chance to hit and critical hit chance. I'll take it. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5. Okay. Let's switch back to the shotgun. The difference. Is shots from the shotgun push target 3 cells away if the shot misses. Shotgun knocks enemies back when shot at effective range. Okay, so the blast wave one is actually better for me. Cool. Ablard? It's probably better if you took a shotgun, to be fair, as your secondary. Damage. Doesn't have gloves yet, so they will probably work for him for now. You already have an armored body glove. Okay, you're fine. Agentia. You have the dogmatic helmet. I'm not getting rid of your bolt gun. Yeah, inventory shuffling. It's a bugger. And then we have Staff Lady. Okay, let's see. Yep. Have a look. Do these staffs do anything different? They do not. They do, actually. So that one does a strike. That one does a strike, but it's a different one. It has infusing rather than castigating. Allies targeted by Navigator powers gain a +5 bonus to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. This bonus stacks and is prolonged until the Navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Or castigating. Enemies targeted by the Navigator powers suffer a -5 penalty. So I can either give my allies +5 to all their characteristics or give the enemies -5 to all theirs. Honestly, +5 to all our characteristics sounds way better. Are you a logic? No, you are not. Are you a fellowshipy character? Not particularly. Your perception and willpower mostly. So we'll leave it at that for now, then. If this works like I think it does, it definitely is better to buff yourself. Yeah, I imagine party buffing rather than enemy debuffing is better. Oh, right, I can level her up. Debuffs have to worry about enemy resistance. Ah. Willpower makes her powers better. Fellowship makes her more chatty. We'll do willpower. Oh my goodness. Okay. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffer plus 10 additional damage from any source of warp damage. So basically having that sets any other character using psychic powers up, basically. Every even turn, navigator gains an additional action point. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and its hit chance reduced by 5, so that's a debuff. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with plus 3 additional movement points. First, ally targeted by the navigator with a single target ability. Each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points. That sounds really useful. Mastery of time! Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a stacking plus 5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat, stacks up to 5 times. That sounds good. So these sound like passives. Are these actives? Navigator makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it is higher than the base characteristic of such tests. The navigator's willpower is higher than the toughness. The navigator's wounds are calculated according to their willpower. Oh, damn, really? That makes her a lot more tanky. Enemies affected by the navigator's power suffer minus 10 penalty. Yeah, Mind Over Matter sounds really good. So we'll go with that. Alright, next one. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds equal to 10 times their maximum wounds. 6. Range of the officer's ability is increased by 3. Voice of command by 6. The D&D equivalent of turning your wisdom into your con and subbing it for all your saves. Oh, like that. Yeah, that sounds really good. Because then you can, then you only have to worry about the one characteristic for that stuff. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or an attack, that ally's resolve is increased by 1. It says resolve is increased by 3. I forget what resolve does again. Actually, for how long a character can fight. I'm not too bothered about resolve, unless it's really, really important. Commanding voice is probably a good one. I think you can respec later anyway. Alright, so that puts your willpower up to 60. So your willpower is... Oh, her willpower is 65 and her toughness is 30. So her wounds are calculated off her willpower then. Yeah, there you go. So the base value is 21 and then she gains an extra 12 from her willpower, which is really good. Let's grab everyone and
venture forth.
Yeesh. So, just to explain what that does, the fish redeem is when I do miniatures, I have a fishing game up in the corner of the screen, and basically people can click that redeem. So while I'm building miniatures, it will cast a fishing line, and people can literally fish while I'm building minis on screen. It's pretty cool. $5 billion fish. Oh, people spam it. Don't you worry. But there's nothing wrong with that because it's fun. Yeah, people keep catching whales. It's fun. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Oh man, we've gone all funny. Mini fish, yeah. 3 even. I think Saru Hazard and Sayori are the main ones that have the most whales right now. I can check when I play Wednesday, because you can look at the leaderboards. Which, yes, it has leaderboards for catching fish. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tangle unpleasantly. You notice that Vidis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. You decided not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia or Seryl's powers. Yes, I did decide that. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Gaze over Vidius, then lowering her lashes slightly turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? A few seconds of hesitation, lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honourably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. And again, I'll keep saying it, the decision consequence reminder is so helpful. It didn't have that when the game first came out. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Uv. Uv served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. That does sound like a useful feature. Yeah, they didn't have it at first, because honestly, you can make so many little decisions that just being reminded, oh, it's because I chose to save these servants. And then obviously, well, that doesn't tell you anything extra there, but it's nice. Alcat already had similar pop-ups for lore bits to help explain stuff from the setting. Yeah, like, all these were baked in from the start, the orange-coloured ones, but the decision ones, they were never there. Now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Yeah, those, they had those in Pathfinder games. I wonder why they didn't have it in this at launch. Because isn't it built on the same engine as, like, Pathfinder and Kingmaker? Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. And shows implant ports. After that, I use House Celio's ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Yeah, it's warp travel. I will ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. I shall take my leave. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Dun dun dun. Let's see. They didn't have the decision ones before. Instead, they had things that altered your alignment that were dumb and sometimes very silly. Like killing the trolls rampaging across your country. Being a lawful evil decision back in Kingmaker. What? Really? You're protecting your country, and you're evil for doing it. That doesn't make sense. Boxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up initiating communion ritual. From here, oof. The violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog, the path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now, and it will not happen again. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drowned out the Vox transmission. Servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats roar from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush, only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge, but its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers and recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report the condition of the station Uric 5. Okay, but before that, yeah, Kingmaker was really rough. Oh, I can imagine. I think I've got Kingmaker. I got it for free through that Epic Games thing, and then I don't have the DLC for it, but I've at least got the base game. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Reichland system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I will not stoop to pillaging. Abandon the station we're leaving. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. Let's gather any components. As you command. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine seer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight and by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Hendrix van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not on Uric 5, so we should keep our mind when making any future plans. If you ever play, I very strongly recommend playing it on easy the first time. Owlcat's difficulty balancing It is absolutely nonsense and expects you to be very familiar with Pathfinder 1st Edition, which I am not at all. Why is it always business with you, Vidis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you are interested, this week passed with a new record rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen server to implant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. To be honest, that's the best answer I could have ever asked for. Wow. So what do I do? Click on it and it does something? No? Let's go to the astropathic station then. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassie to the deck. Sure. We don't have enough crew, but at least we have we can have nice parties. I know, right? Priorities. You've got to make sure you can have a good time for at least the next 15 years, even if you don't have enough crew.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Pleases me to see you're adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
I must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Your only attendant is your valid. You. Are you well? Yeah, let's ask if she's alright.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. Ah, okay. I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
I didn't mean to insult you. Anyway, are you fond of reading?
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it's just as natural to share them with others. Quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It's indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. You've nothing to apologize for.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I mean, to her credit, this entire ship is new to me as well, so... would not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set my eyes on her. I would rather find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy of my chambers. Wow, that's straight to the point. Find childish is your manner of addressing me. I'm not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Remember to keep your... I'm just going to say that first one, because honestly, the rest of them actually just don't sound very nice to say to her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Blinks in surprise, her eyelids fluttering, and a delicate blush suffuses her cheeks. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Well then. How to express your feelings to a noble lady. I guess she left that book there on purpose. She very much is deliberate waifu bait. Yeah. It's just all the other things that you could say to her sounded honestly kind of nasty, so that was the nicest thing I could see on the options list. Why is it always like that last 5-10% that takes a while to load? There we go. I really don't get why they needed the romance subplots in this. I think it's just because that's the thing to put in these kind of games. I will admit romance is a bit of an odd choice in a Warhammer 40,000 game. Mission to report. Lord Captain, members of the Sacred Cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. What Sacred Cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looking favourably upon their activities. Sure. I will commence preparations at once. It doesn't exactly fit the setting. No, it doesn't fit the setting. There was... Oh, what's the book called? I think I've got it at hand. Mark of Faith by Rachel Harrison. It's a 40k book. That actually has a bit of a romance subplot in it, and it isn't out of place, and it actually fits in really well with the story. It's like, it doesn't get in the way, but it's sort of part of character motivations, so it's kind of neat. So it fit in that book. I was surprised that it was even there at all. Oh god, it's the DLC. Well then! Run away! Yeah, Death Cult. I have a fancy table. Clean up on aisle 1. Yeah, it's death cultists. Let's have a look. I mean, people fall in love and slash or romp in 40k too. There's an entire god for it. The Tyranids rely on it to find planets to eat even. That's also true. Glad you're not focused on in the stories, because that's not generally something you cover in a war story, and also the protags tend to be space marines who are... Yeah, that's true. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figures moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement while others murmur prayers to the god emperor.
The undying emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
Oh no.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
Being fitted with a metal claw, she points in your direction and gazes at you from behind the bone mask with a cold, grim eyes of an assassin. Oh great, is she gonna kill me?
Ha! And now we give the gift of our blood to you.
Oh.
It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Cool, let's just say hello to the rogue traders, slash ourselves, and bleed all over the floor and say, yo, we serve you now. I feel like It'd suck to be a new joiner to this cult. Cleaning blood off the metal floor sucks. Yeah. It definitely feels Eldari. My kind of people.
We give you a blade. The silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
But you are Cabela. You're talking about yourself in the third person. And there she is. Can I just say something that's absolutely terrifying about this image? That's Gene Stealer cultists behind her. Is that foreshadowing? I think this is... Yeah, this is the first of the DLCs added. Which came out... Did it come out last year or at the end of last year? It's fairly new. Death Cult's talking. Die for the Emperor. Very literal to your enemies. Yeah. You have heard many stories about the death cults, such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of their faith, or whatever that says, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift sorcery. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry, where time and training have worn their garments threadbare. You can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Ugh. Surety. Oh, surety. Thank you. Being dyslexic sucks. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. These cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened, preventing healing. Oh my god.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Vtuber, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So, a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
You have a tarot deck? They have an Emperor's tarot deck. Oh, that is wicked. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Do not get on the Death Cult's bad side. I don't want to, D. I do not want to. Tell me about yourself. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
And what do you do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
Mention the tenets of the web, what are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself.
Like, I'm curious about death cults, because they've always been a thing in Rogue Trader. It's like you can... I think it's in the RPG... Well, in the pen and paper one. It's something a ship can get from the start or gain later on. But it doesn't really explain what a death cult is or does, so...
Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors.
Request for hydrate confirmed.
Each of us has a duty to serve him.
Well, hydrate,
and
thank you.
A duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One. To become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
Okay, so you kill innocent people?
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life, if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
With my blessing, may the blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies. Heretical, give a bloodthirsty smile. Continue to serve me, dancers of death, but henceforth, let my name be upon your lips when you shed blood. Wow. No, we're not doing that. Instead of helping those who may soon stumble, you offer them death. You have my blessing.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Not towards captives. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One, is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
Ah, so this is a contract in blood.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
I will judge the traitors myself. Give weapons to these traitors. It's time for her to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
This is insane.
Welcome his embrace.
What the hell? What's she got? Death from above. Stack 1 of 100. Okay. Blade Dancer leaps into the air and lands on the selected cell. Upon landing, they deal 9 damage to all adjacent enemies. This leap can be made into any unoccupied cell. So I could go there.
Trust me. Now, the other side awaits.
Oh my god. I didn't even have to read it. It was just, oh, you jump there and do damage? Okay. Blade Master makes 3 melee attacks against random targets, including allies adjacent to the Blade Dancer. I think that was what they expected you to do. Yes, I think so.
As honor, death is a blessing.
That's 3 random attacks. Let's see. I guess I could literally just...
As the tenant comes, the other side awaits.
I want to serve!
You killed 3... I got an achievement for that. Oh, there's even more to fight.
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Your emperor won't save you!
The shadows will see it done.
And then
Trust
that
me,
one.
death is a blessing.
Then... I'll just do a normal attack.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Whee!
My blade whispers your name.
I feel like this is just a, hey, show off.
As honor ordains.
Wait, can I literally just jump back at him again?
I shall not.
Oh my god. You can do all this in a single turn? Deathcourt's Assassin's next single target melee attack slashes blood. Sure. Basically, yes.
Death to the weak!
Well, I'd hate to be you.
Trust me.
Well then. This is the show how cool the new character is moment. Very cool indeed. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Wipes blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domian Zan? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your ladyship, your lordship, the spinners of the Bloodspun web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valentius enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The Factorum shallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance. But I certainly do not in any way condemn these deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have had good reason. No warping today, except the traitors, they get demolished. I know, right? Master at Arms clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the Sedatus? They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the Bloodspun web, for we share a common goal to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Scourge of the Sedish Ayers? Or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I do not know what old Malok did to earn that privilege, though, and who's going to feed his family now. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the Bloodspun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. The close cousin crime to treason. Okay. A plump old man in the rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The Bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse of its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them favor of House von Valencius. Last fish before sleep, GG and good night. Sleep well, Rooper. Cheers for stopping by, buddy. It seems that not all the officers have been presented to me. Confessor, tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. Honestly, yeah. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the archenemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted. The famished became a feast. Well, this sounds like Nurgle. Thank you for the head pats. The exhausted crew was too weak and emancipated to resist the invaders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the Bloodspun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. I mean, that sounds cool. Yeah. You can be my shadow. Henceforth, I am your shadow. An instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun web. He wishes you to know that the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting that the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Who is the Vizier? He's the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship, blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Forspoke, what do you mean? What tarot? The greatest, most sacred relic of the Bloodspun web, the Emperor's tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadow of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit of his ancient body. Oh, from his ancient body. Where is your temple located? Well, you just said it, though. I'm not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the Bloodspun web. Her path began deep within the flagship, the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. I do not see the point of riddles. Your temple is a part of my flagship. Okay, we're not going to piss them off. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you.
Sarkin_ raided with 5 viewers.
Saru! Hello! Welcome, and welcome raiders. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? What did you do? Was it good? And hello raiders, there's a shout out for you, Saru. I am Hobocop. Is that like a spin-off sequel of Robocop? Hobocop. That would actually be a really funny spin-off. I have learnt that I am absolutely insane. I mean, is that good? I'm assuming it's good. It's the crossover with Hobo with Shotgun. Only just now, maybe? I mean, look, I'm crazy and that's good. So you're crazy, so that's good too. So, you know, it's all good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Ah. But no, I hope your stream went well, and welcome raiders. Thank you for joining me with Saru today. We're playing Rogue Trader, and we have got our Lady Navigator, and we have just met this fine lady as well. Cabela, I think, or Cabala. I'll get the name eventually. But yeah, we've just met this death cultist. And yeah, we looked at the portrait and went, oh no, because the portrait I think is foreshadowing, or at least I'm choosing to interpret it as foreshadowing, because those are Gene Stealer cultists, and she is a death cultist on my ship, so that can only mean one thing in my mind. So yeah, and yeah, she's here. They stabbed themselves for a blood oath, and the game was like, "Hey, let's take her for let's have you take her for a test drive," and well, she murder blended. Let's put it that way. You have to fight the pants thieves. I know. I think you have a cult problem on your ship. Do you think? Your blade awaits direction, Domins, and we will speak again when the time is right. So, yeah, death cultists. Good time. Probably. But I've gained her as a follower now, so there's that. So we'll see how that goes. Oh. But no, again, thank you for the raid. Do appreciate it. Gonna go stretch my legs, BRB. Okie dokie. I don't think I'll be streaming too much longer myself, but honestly, I want to at least maybe get to a different planet, at the very least. Void ship map. The Rogue Trader's ship is a veritable city scaling through the void. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator and the bridge. See, all of that's new. So that one's directly to my quarters. But then I run all the way back here. Like, obviously I have access to all of these places. Yeah, that came with the DLC. Honestly, I think it's great. So I can go to the freight line. That's just the normal Void Ship Shrine. And that's the Astropathic Chapel, which we went to before. Gotta talk to the NPCs between missions, make sure the dialogue is exhausted, find out if Garrus needs to do some calibrations. Oh god, yeah, you're right. Wait, I didn't actually go to the, what do you call it? I didn't go to the Void Ship Shrine, which was the normal one. Oh, she can come with us. Cool. Adventure! Every ship of the Imperium has shrines. This is where the servants of the Ecclesiarchy watch over the purity of the crew's faith and fortify its members' spirits on the journey after journey. Look, artifacts. They're all weapons of death. Well then. This is cool. Suppose I'll level you up. You're a blade dancer. Okay, what do you have? Anytime an ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use the intelligence bonus. Oh, but I don't know. Hold on. He has a fellowship of 30 and intelligence of 35. Why would I do this then? Be a shame if he became a heretic. Would be a shame. Smart. Fellowship bonus of a Voidborn character can instead use the intelligence bonus. It's higher. Additionally, Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence, even if their archetype does not allow it. Okay. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there is a 10% chance to double the damage. That sounds ludicrously good. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for 1 round. That's decent. While a Voidborn character has more than 50% wounds, While a Voidborn character has more than 50% wounds, all chances of all characters, including enemies, in a 3-cell radius are increased by 10%. Voidborn character has 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage. I think I like Bloody Mess. That will do. And let's see. Your agility is 50. Your weapon skill is 40. Let's make your weapon skill 45. Acrobatic artistry. Blade Dancer immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. If the Blade Dancer used death from above this turn, this movement repeats. All uses of this ability in reverse. Holy crap. That sounds good. Costs 8 wounds to use. Costs 8 wounds to use. 8 wounds to use. Oh, honestly, acrobatic artistry sounds amazing. Just basically do your turn in reverse. Alright, so... Athletics 30... Oh, they have demolitions 50? That I'm kind of surprised about. And Medicae 50. Oh, you're my new medic. Hold on, then. Let's have a look. Damn, that's a cool outfit. I love how the blade's just constantly dripping with blood. Spinner's blade. And I was given Silent Verdict. Oh, wow. We'll look at that in a minute. Let's see. If the wearer has 10 or more stacks of Blood Blessed, they gain 1 resolve. What's Blood Blessed? The creature deals 2% more damage for each stack of Blood Blessed. Okay. Surprise, the people who know how to kill people in agonizing ways know medical. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? think that works for you. Oh, damn. Oh, that's your actual mask. Okay. That's fine. Right. Well, she knows demolition.
This goes against the tenets.
But you have demolitions. Why can't you use melter charges? That's tech use. Let's have a look. Your tech use is 35. Medicaid is 60, which is nuts. So if we take the Medicaid kits off of Abelard, and wait, that's a med kit. That's a med kit. What's the number mean? Blood vial. Creates a pool of blood which has the same properties as if created with raining blood ability. Whenever raining blood is used, +1 blood charge is restored. Oh, okay. What have you got? Light spinners, breastplate. 35% chance to dodge. Armor reduces damage. Okay. How many medkits you have? Oh, okay. So because that says 2, then it's 2. So I have 2. Okay, so it's 2 medkits each. Got it. I don't think I need to give her anything extra because... ballistic skill is 30. She can't use the stub revolver. I mean... +5 perception... And it's as if you've got the dual weapon combat talent, so... What's her perception? Her perception is 30, so that'll at least make her perception 35. Seems probably pointless, but it at least gives the passive bonus of +5 perception and +5 to ballistic skill. So, why not? Verdict. Let's check that against the sword I have. Yeah, I'd say it's better. Less armor penetration, though. Death Cult weapon gains the following. -6% to the target's parry. +1 to the wielder's critical hit chance for each attack they make. Sure. Is that a great sword katana? Holy crap. I was not expecting it to be that big. But that's cool. Okay, so that's my secondary. Fair enough. That'll do. Just as Biggie intended. Exactly right. Bloody hell. I've just got a massive sword on my back now. Fine by me. We can deal with that. Another compartment to another compartment.
Now that's interesting.
Power Mole rests inside the glass. The inscription on the reliquary reads, I am Wrath, I am the cleansing. Whoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia. Who's Furia?
Let's seize the moment.
Have a look.
Always striving for greatness.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth make you think of the Ulma Universalis. a pattern from the Evangegan Crusade? Broad-shouldered young priest makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects your lordship. How may I be of service? Who are you? Initiate Zaik, your lord. I recite prayers to help the confessor. What's the relic next to you? The initiate looks over the sarcophagus. The skeleton within is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Nikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. A riddle? Cassia's eyes light up with curiosity. It would be most interesting to learn what is stored inside, Lord Captain. Would you like to try opening the orb? Do you have any idea how to open this orb? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. That's all I know. Okay. Why not just disassemble it? To damage a sacred relic is an unthinkable crime, and to use force to bypass the test of wisdom and faith, it contains this terrible blasphemy. You must ponder the orb. Open the reliquary. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answers should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. Oh god. Form the question into the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. Well, it's the Emperor. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Form the question in the orb's second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared. For without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. That sounds like faith. Another soft click comes from inside the orb. Or soul. Yes, soul as well. Try it with faith first. I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish. Rejected by the Emperor. Weakness. With a click, the hoop settles into place. It's just a very elaborate fortune cookie. Yeah. Let's have a look at the remaining quarter. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. If I recall the pages of correctly, this part speaks about purity. The saints saw it as the quintessence of all of the virtues. Well then, purity. The hoops shift and return to their previous arrangement. You will have to start over. We're gonna do this. Also, 4 questions with 4 answers each. Unless there's a consequence of failure, someone could have brute forced this in like 5 minutes. Exactly. Well, there was no consequence. It's a warp portal full of demons. Well, there's only one way to find out. So I think the first one is Emperor. The second one we will go with Soul. I'll still try Weakness for the third one. And for the fourth one, we will do Purity. Okay, so that was not correct. Welcome back, Saru. Maybe Strength. Strength, Soul, Weakness, Purity. No, yeah. The first one has to be the Emperor. Wait, no, it's Throne. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. So it's the Golden Throne. What if you did Heretic for the third one? There's a Heretic option? Oh, right. No, I get what you're saying. I'm within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. No, that is Soul, it's not Faith. You are right. Let me eradicate me. Try Heretic, then. And then the last one... Purity? Okay. I think we're onto something. So the first one is Throne. The second one is Soul. Third one... Let me try Weakness and then Purity. No, okay, so that arrangement. So Throne, Soul, Betrayal, Purity. Yeah, okay. I'm going for it. I'm really going for it. Soul. So we've tried Weakness, Heretic, and Betrayal. Try Transgression. No, I didn't mean to do that. So Throne, Soul, Transgression, then Purity. Okay, so it's not that. What's the second one again? Okay, so the first one is that. The second one is... I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end, but give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Now, I said Faith at first, but Soul makes more sense, but then so does Life and Blood. What is the saying from most of the Imperium? My life for the Emperor? Or is it my blood for the Emperor? Let me try life. Then I'll try blood afterwards. Then we'll try Heretic. Then we'll try Purity. No, okay, so it's not that. So Throne. Throne, Life, Weakness, Purity. Wait, I thought that would be it. So the Golden Throne. We'll try Blood. Then we'll try weakness. Then we'll do pure. Oh! Oh! It worked! The orb comes alive, its hoops shift around with alarming speed, coming together and folding into each other until the orb opens completely, laying its treasure bare. Item received, Missionary Oath. Once per combat, if the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn to immediately grant all adjacent allies an extra turn with 1 AP. What? The initiate stares at the relic in your hand, stunned. How strange and exciting to see, exciting it is to behold the holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for so many years. Truly, it is a great day upon which the road trader himself has revealed the legacy of a great missionary to us all. You're welcome. Wait, is that just a permanent thing? Yeah, it was blood. Oh, well, it's not in my inventory, so I guess that's just a random permanent thing then. Oh, okay. Random permanent buff. That's fine with me. Oh, is this another puzzle? Is this a music puzzle? A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face. His fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your lordship, how can I be of service? Who are you, and what do you do here? I am Cloutus, junior cleric. I sought recordings from the Shrine Confessional to pass on to higher-ranking clergy. Tell me more about this confessional. Our parish holders come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of our neighbours. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Is there a way to find out who made which confession? There is not. That would undermine its the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot, but as soon as the machine spirits started keeping their names secret, the parishioners opened up. Good thinking making it anonymous. Keep up the fine work. Oh, but you can do a heretical option. Well, I ain't doing that. No endeavour to do so, your lordship. I have other questions. It appears you're having difficulties. Nothing escapes your lordship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather particular confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of our highest order, one that is far beyond my measure of understanding. These confessions you see are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissident or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. He bows his head in reverence. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your lordship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes you think that these confessions were made by senior officers? These parishioners are well-spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power, and with all categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them. Okay, well, let's hear them. The initiate steps aside, putting the cogitator at your disposal. Alright, so One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living to preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is distorting the recording, but you are confident that the speaker is male. Okay. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover that comparatively trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determined the voice to be male. The last one. Loop-eared Keplers display a high degree of socialization both among their kind towards their owners. These animals adjust well to the void ship's lower gravity since it is similar to their homeworld condition. Loop-eared Kepler meat is edible should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled as though from behind a thick layer of glass, but it is unmistakably a woman's. They're strange confessions. I'm curious to know who left these confessions. I will seek them out. I suppose those confessions truly are special if your lordship is giving them his personal attention. The initiate bows deeply. Never would I have imagined the rogue trader himself coming to my aid. Okay. We're going confession hunting. What's this one? Rex Regalia, the partially restored blade of Zathundus the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in a deathly battle against the unrighteous. Oh no. Alright, so let's quick save because there's a Lore Imperium.
Reality had different plans.
Reality did have different plans. It's called Reload the Quick Save. Is it bad to save scum? Or is it that I just actually want to get the answers? And that's fine. Oh. I guess you could, instead of calling it save scumming, you could call it realignment of fate.
Didn't see that one coming.
Wow, really? Let's try again. It's not bad to save scum. Things like this shouldn't be based on RNG to begin with. No, that's true. When it comes to, like, pen and paper games, I do understand that, but, like, perhaps not in this particular thing.
Perfect.
There we go. What did we get? Among the antique weapons, you spot a maul known as the Ferrum... What's that? Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Renezea the Flayer. Okay, so it's a potentially demon-splitting weapon. The Imperium Invictum, the shards of an unknown Angevin Crusade warrior's twin blade returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor. Okay. That's the second thing from the Angevin Crusade here. Mainly, if I have power, I want to have a good ending because it's almost unrealistic. Yeah, that's fair. Kotor did a good thing with this in that they made checks like these consider you to have taken 20. And the and in New Vegas it was similar in that it was just, is this your skill? Is your skill in this high enough? Yeah, which I prefer. It's like, oh, your skill's high enough to like auto get this. Here you go. Confessor, what is it? Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila, and his sky-blue eyes as he addresses you, smiling. The Emperor protects your lordship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane matters brought you to? Take 20 is an old D&D mechanic that treats the result as if you had rolled a natural 20. Oh, okay. I'm sure I've heard of that before, but I can't remember where it's come up in conversation. Remind me what you do on the ship. Even though we literally know what he does. I am the ship's confessor, your lordship. No vessel that abides by the Imperium's laws can sail the void without a spiritual guide. Even a smaller sized ship that does not have a member of the ecclesiarchy on board entrusts all matters of faith to a layperson who is a staunch adherent of the creed. A road trader's flagship naturally is expected to have a confessor who comes from a line of his reverent servants. I am such a one. Miyosaru probably mentioned it at some point. Yeah, both of you talk about older editions quite a bit. Take 10 is also a thing where you treat a roll as a 10 plus relevant modifiers. I'm sure that, I think, is actually a talent. It's either sorry, I'm sure it's a thing in 5e. I don't know if it's a subclass or if it's something you can get or a magic item that gives you something like that, where it just treats a specific skill check as a 10. Oh, Pathfinder still has take 10. That's where I've heard it. Because I played Pathfinder 2nd edition. That's where I've heard it. There you go. Thank you. So it wasn't D&D, it was Pathfinder. You visit the Shrine Confessional to repent as other officers do? Why, I always find time for penance on my morning and evening shifts, your lordship. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living? An irrelevant question. His face takes on an expression of fathomless wisdom and calm. Our fates are in the Emperor's hands, and he does as he pleases, as his plans require. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with their essentials, have they not? Do you mean spiritual nourishment? It is ever in short supply. Those children who are literate could use new prayer books and hagiographies for their own perusal to read. I see, it wasn't you. For a moment I thought you had come to confess, but now I see you have taken on the role of cleric yourself. May the Emperor guide you on your quest for answers. I know the Clockwork Sorcerer has something like that in 5e, and the Rogue have Reliant Talent. That might be what I thought of then, Reliant Talent. Tell me about the Dynastic Crypt. Every rogue trader takes care to maintain an appropriate place of repose on board their flagship, for their capital may change with the passing of centuries, but the vessel of the Emperor's anointed serves them for millennia. It is more than just a symbol of the dynasty's authority. It is the source of its power. The Lord Captain's seat in the void, whence the reign over their many lands. Von Valencia's crypt is where rogue traders and their most loyal servants are laid to rest. As the ship's confessor, I perform the rites of burial and remembrance for those honored dead. Without a heavy sigh. It never occurred to this old man that he might have to send Lady Theodona on her final journey, but all this is the Emperor's will. You are positively beaming with joy. priest like you is a rare sight. Laughs. Albert laughs good naturally. A fair observation. Everyone knows that the clergy must maintain a stern appearance to inspire fear and awe in their flock. His mirth fades, giving way to a pensive gravitas. The truth is that my clan and I experienced great hardship. I cannot explain how it is I am standing before you now, except by his will. How could one be anything but joyful knowing they were saved by the Emperor? Need to be proficient in relevant skill. Yeah, that's it. What happened to your clan? I was scarcely more than a child when a malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, then the unlucky victim would start retching blood. After that, they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself among them. He smiles feebly. But now my family is growing, and I am grateful for each new life that replaces one lost. Still, your gentle manner may adversely affect your flock's faith. An accurate observation from a lord who knows the importance of strong faith on his ship. The gentleness you speak of is skin deep. On the inside, my faith and spirit are pure adamantine. Decades instructing the crew in fighting the dangers of the void and the warp have required nothing less. My resolve in the face of the monstrous threats we face must always be 100-fold firmer than that of my flock. Open the reliquary. Alas, your lordship, I do not know a way to open the locks on that particular receptacle without damaging its contents. One of the ship's confessors from days past sealed the reliquary well so as to bar anyone from taking the weapon. I suppose it was a desperate precautionary measure against thieves and heretics who would seek to lay their hands on the holy relic. I'm sure there exists some impenetrable secret method of unlocking the reliquary, and if I knew what it was, I would tell you right this moment. Which is fair. Saga Edition was just D&D 3 with Star Wars paint on it, basically. Oh, okay. Did Lady Theodora come here often? Your predecessor always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, faith occupied its proper place on the ship. Well, there'll be no faith on this ship. Well, I mean, there will, but I'm more... whatever iconoclast is. Cool. What's this? The Aquila Anima. A fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption brought from the Shrine World of Solace... what's that? 6, now lost. Oh, okay. On my way to praise all 4 Chaos Gods. Somebody's got to do it. You recite a prayer. The one you remember best. Okay.
Stay sharp.
All right. Well, I'll solve the mystery of the confessions another time. No, not the Lord Captain's quarters. I meant to go to the bridge. Boom, bum, 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 bum. But I can drop off some of the loot actually while I'm here. Because I can't see the stuff that I got from the Auric 5 being useful other than the potion stuff. But like the notes and documents, I don't think I'll need them in my inventory anymore. So, if I go to my vault over here... Like so. I can just pop these in here. Like that. For the people. But yeah, from what I can tell, Heretic and Dogmatic are obviously Chaos and Imperial to the bone. Iconoclast is basically being for a leader for the people. Okay. Worthy servant. And that one. That was the security officer one. That is the Inquisition one. Oh, no, it is a thing. Okay, you can equip it. I'll check that in a minute then. Did I keep the blade shard with me? I feel like maybe it's important to keep the blade shard with me. It's called To the Touch. Why did I pick that up? Why would I need it? Put it there. That can go there. Cool. What was that one? Oh, that's the lab journal that can go in there. I'll read that. Or is there like, is there a place you can put things? Because obviously this is, a lot of this is Lady Theodora's stuff. I'm guessing my stuff would go in this room, maybe? So chaotic good compared to lawful evil. But the definition of iconoclast is someone who attacks or strongly opposes beliefs and traditions, often also religious, but here it seems more just being a decent person. Why wouldn't you need a strange glowing stone for the vibes? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It can vibe in my giant safe for now. So, where does this actually get equipped? Sure, I'll do that. Does it physically get put on you? It doesn't. Kind of fits what I kind of given what the other options are. Yeah. I never actually got to the astropathic station. Because we got interrupted by the death cult, and then I wandered the ship. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across the Vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howling emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Just have a look. No one's responding. Play a scout team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. Oh my god. Well, this is bad. I was going to say, the prison is a pretty short planet. Just minutes ago. Iconoclast. Just Monday warp things, I know, right? The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Let's send Zachary Weiss to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late Choirmaster's amulet taken from his frozen body after his death. And I received Denial of Nightmares. This amulet is painfully cold to the touch. It once belonged to an astropath who stood strong against the horrors of the warp. Though its former owner met a terrible end, its unbending will lives on in this relic. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp effect. The target suffers -5 to weapon skill, ballistic skill, willpower, and strength, and -1 resolve per difficulty tier of the demon for 1 round. That sounds good, yeah. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so immense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into Psyker's minds, invoking everywhere the same image, a dark, gaping, beastly mouth, cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choirmaster has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the Rogue Trader's void ship too. Why does that sound like the Cicatrix Maledictum? Because it literally did split the galaxy in two. Order the station to be explored, burn everything, seal the station, dooming its ghostly inhabitants to an eternity of suffering. Silly little Tyranids. Oh, it could be the Tyranids actually as well. Order the station to be explored. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. Warp disturbances of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomican's light. Burn everything. Quest complete, the scream. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home. I could fix them. Well, the void torpedoes did fix them. Let's put it that way. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigus pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wolverstein's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Oh god, what now? What's happening on my ship? Well, I guess I'm going to find out is the point, right? It's time. Oh no. Okay. As I turn in my comfy chair. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. I heard you from the Yakuza 2 is here to steal your pants. Oh no. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quell under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must ask to speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Vent requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. Hold Lieutenant like Burger. There's a lot of holding people like Burger today, isn't there? You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times call for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am not convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sarawak, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Winterstein, or Wirestein, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. And where does the Seneschal come into all of this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodona von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are pensively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard casually tormenting the poor on the void ship. Yeah, pretty much. What's Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general labourers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialised systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving scour to cultists and scourer to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but the worst that means drunken fights and illegal rot gut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again. If the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh, And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Succor, okay. It means giving comfort. Oh, okay. I'm learning, which is actually good. Have a look. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the Rogue Trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution, was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo of 100 bolters. I'm sure that the Rogue Trader, if the Rogue Trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem will disturb the Rogue Trader with. You will disturb the Rogue Trader with next. Perhaps you will ask Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Well, they're under your... Yeah, what's Master of Arms say? Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realise that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wintersign's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Soundbeck, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behaviour does you no credit. I like her. Explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master of Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show... What's that say? Partiality? Portality? Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are given time, at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. Partiality. Oh, partiality. Everyone is sassing the Seneschal. I know. I cannot deny Master Witherstein's or Stern's, I keep getting his last name wrong now, experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master at Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. You wish to respond, Abelard? Mr. Sauerback, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there has been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard that should say has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and handing out gifts to, of course, it fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity to make them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of the order. Lieutenant Vent, would you say that the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Winstein has never granted me any privilege, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is a man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him, and while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty here, Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards who I have raised personally, sorry. By the throne, every third person standing on the bridge right now was my student at one point. It appears I have unearthed an old squabble. I'll just say I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. What do you have to say about all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within my remit of authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the ridicule of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to lower decks. Alright, let's go down to the lower decks then. Praise the Emperor. We'll see about that. Grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on sophomoronic? But please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to depot for myself and see to the expedient resolution of the incident. Okay. Well, they're all coming with me then. Including the death cultist. Just sophomoric? Sophomore? I hate words. Wow, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. Hey, it's winter time. Take that, scum. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. People dead respect a senior officer? They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers, Abelard grimaces. It is a junior officer's worst failing to pass the problems up the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the Lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer. But in the name of terror, the girl is the same age as my eldest granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. They're shouting your name. Of course they are. The organization of daily routine life of the ships rests on my shoulders. I get it. Let's keep moving. At least second year of high school is your sophomore year. At least here in the US. And you coming down here will probably be the only reason you find out about the pants thieves. That's actually true. Also, we have that fancy jewelry thingy, like you said. Now have access to it. There we go. Codex Rebel. That's a valve. Can't do anything with.
Forge ahead.
Never linger.
Never linger.
We should deal with this.
Deal with what? Dude, deal with what? Container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow us to reach it. How do I examine it? Can't do anything with the valve. What about you? Nope. There's nothing highlighted. I'm guessing there's a puzzle afoot.
Let's see this through.
Anything in here? Not yet. It's a puzzle with the valves. Pretty easy puzzle. Okay. Ooh, things to steal.
Marching ahead.
There's a valve there. But again, can't do anything with it. Okay, so there's nothing with the valves there I can do. Nor can I do anything with those valves. Huh. Sorry, I'm tired. No, you're fine. I need to stop shortly myself,
They
so...
fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Let's seize the moment.
Valve there, can't do anything with that one, can't do anything with that one.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Venture forth.
Okay, here we go. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now, get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain Seneschal's oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. But not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Your lordship. We encountered some locals on our way here. The conduct was outrageous. They even tried to throw things at us. I want to speak with the strikers. Abelard twists his mouth but restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Rivet. It's a named character. Oh no. Dozens of pairs of eyes. People look typical. Faces display varying levels of mutation from barely discernible to the strange and outright grotesque. Well, Captain, you have come down to us. Tell me what's troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Snaps an old woman. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word, and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating for whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation of their lungs, all because of those enforcers. Oh no, she's sad. This is some 1800 shit. It definitely is. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidship with no fellow feelings towards us. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. Okay. The persecution stands upon us. Nothing to... I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet. A cultist amulet? What's that? The Grugor found on the dead drunkard. Is that something evil or forbidden? We sure didn't know. The enforcers just said that they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But now, how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. As for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies, the boots they came with. Nobody's ever treated these decks in boots so fine, so I can tell you that. It seems to me the cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and we're working. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirit. And of the largest will transform as a servo motor. Okay. Naive children. We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Okay. What changes do you want? Would you look at that? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what we want. Here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let us maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers. I mean, Well, you don't need weapons. Why do you need weapons? Speak for yourself. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we can consider the rest. Old Nan, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, Old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that so? So brave you are against an old woman, but I'll shut up. I will, indeed. I won't go against the clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great, just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. And then it's decided the persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us in the lower decks. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this, and we got fuel and provisions removed, which is fine. Of course, your lordship will root out any nasty business faster than your forces, and will leave no stone unturned. Cool. All done. Can I press puzzle buttons?
My warp sight reveals something.
Aha!
I do what I must.
Did you fail it? No. I have no idea what I just did.
Never linger.
Nothing happens. Perhaps turning a different valve will work. Okay. Ooh, goods. Valves. We've got to turn all the valves real fast, cause I need to end soon. Valves. Oh, right. It's where the steam comes from. Right, so let's look for a valve of steam. That's a valve of steam. Oh, there's steam there. And then I'm assuming this valve has steam now. Oh, nothing happens. Oh, this one. And not that one. Ah, now it's this one. Ta-da!
Just as I was taught.
Multi-keys, force grenades, crack grenades, and melter charges. Holy crap, I'm glad we didn't leave that down here.
Onward to victory.
That would have been bad. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble, You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's Protectorate? Why are you so angry? I solved the problem. Why did you have to be the one to do it? And did you consider what it might cost you? I have handled the situation myself. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs of the Protectorate. As for any true strategist and rogue trader ought to. Maybe if Theodora spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard the ship, and I will not repeat her mistakes. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation has spiraled out of your control. Yeah, I feel like 2 is probably a good option. Abelard's face relaxes slightly. You're right, at least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And, Abelard stands straight at attention, I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw Lord Captain Theodora's deeds, the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So, I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. He's got some good descriptors, I'll give him that. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Theodora trusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valencia's Protectorate with me, stop living in the past. That's a bit too harsh. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world, a world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of things, on how things are run on this ship. I think the future I will follow your recommendations. Are you Theodora? No reason to change them. I kind of want to forge like a new friendship, so honestly option 2 actually sounds really good to me. The Owlcat games definitely have age-old problem of text bloat. They do. 5 is mega harsh. I have seen plenty of sentiment and handwriting in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures in the future. Wow, that is brutal. I want this one, though. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I will remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. He's not wrong.
Stay sharp.
Abelard will remember that. Yeah, it's one of those, like, things you're like, oh no, this will have consequences later in the game. $99, $100. There we go. That always takes a while. I've leveled up, but I'll sort that out next time. So what we are going to do is save the game. Did I make a... Yeah, Zan in space. Whee! There we go. We're going to save, and that's where I am going to end for today. So, out the game. So, and then, ta-da! So yeah, that's where I'm going to end today. So that's been fun. It is still text heavy, I'll give it that, but honestly, it's good. We've had a good, what, just under 6 hours. So I think we've at least got into the meat of it, and we've got another 2 worlds to explore yet. I wish they'd given you a Tau companion in this. I would have loved a Tau companion in this. I would hope maybe one of the future DLCs may have something to do with the Tau. Fingers crossed, touch wood, praise to the Emperor and all that jazz. So, just a quick reminder for everybody who is currently here. Tomorrow, I will be streaming Space Marine 2. Let me put some music on, because I hate talking no music. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming Space Marine 2 with, I believe, D and Soru. So, that'll be a thing. Wednesday, I will be doing 40k miniatures. So, if you want to come along and do minis on Wednesday, that'll be cool. I'd love to have you along. We have a fishing game going on Wednesdays as well, where you can fish and chat. It's pretty cool. It's on screen as well. Thursday, I will probably play this again. Thursday. Or I may play another game, but all signs are pointing towards I want to actually get into the meat and potatoes of this game. So we'll probably play this again Thursday. So that's roughly my week lined up. I guess I'll post the schedule. I'll post the schedule later. If you're new to me, hi. I have socials. Feel free. There's no obligation. I'm literally throwing it there if you're interested. I also have a Discord server where you can chat, talk shit, and post funny memes about Lucius the Eternal whipping people or something. I don't know. We have a lot of memes. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you to Aiden for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you to Curse as well for following. I do appreciate that. Other than that, have a wonderful rest of your day or your evening. Hope you do well, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. So yeah, good night everybody. Catch you all later.